It seems we have a guest with an intriguing destiny. This place exists between dream and reality, mind and matter.
Yo, you guys doing this fine evening? Oh man,
Beats.
big whoa, big streamies. It's true. Ortiz, thanks for the beats. Appreciate it. The 129. Just some gentle rain in the background. You know, Whiskey Lima, thanks for the tier 1. 47 months. Bigger. True. Sorry for the no streams last week. Too much work. And I was working this weekend. That sucked. Being Pat. And walking through these woods forever, we have. I've used these woods the past, I don't know, 3 times maybe. But I'm feeling fall. You know? I want some Persona and rain in the background. I gotta get a new walk when I get the chance. Anyway, how you been? Haven't talked for the last week. Bing Pat, thanks for the 52. Big primer. Prime sub win. It's a long time. Thanks a lot. Bing Pat. Appreciate. Today we're keeping it comfy, I'm told, supposedly. I actually don't know. I'm going to be playing a story game, kind of sight unseen, a little bit. If it sucks, we'll flush it, right? That's how it works. A lot of reading, a lot of text. A 3 bracket kind of night. I don't know what that means. Is that a sport thing? Do I monster hunt at all? No, I don't. I can't really even explain it, but I'm just like totally uninterested in Monster Hunter, and I kind of always have been. It's just not, like, for me, you know. You know, I look at Monster Hunter, and I really appreciate all the real effort that seems to have gone into the ancillary art and the sound and little outfits and doohickeys and little characters and making you the meals that your character has and like all the world stuff. But then when it comes to playing the game, I'm like very not interested in any of the gameplay at all. Bought a house yesterday. No waifu Monday. Let's go. Or here you bought a house? Jesus. Big purchaser. The MTG brackets. Oh, I see. I see. I wasn't thinking. I forgot they're called brackets. I mean, I guess I didn't forget they're not called brackets, but you could have been talking about anything. Anyway, I got myself one bracket 3 deck. I managed to do it. Well, that being said, Garth Unlimited Boomer Works just happens to be bracket 3, I think. It's like super slow, requires a 3-card combo to even play. You got to build a little Sim City to even like kind of play the game with it. Yeah, I mean it includes expensive cards and stuff, but I think I think it belongs in bracket 3. And I was tooling around trying to find a bracket 2, but I just don't think I want to play in bracket 2. It doesn't sound any fun. I'm going to be playing against people with precons and stuff. That doesn't sound fun to me. So, I don't know. I was working my way through a Torsten deck, maybe. That's actually pretty fun, but really samey. You get my meaning? Like if you boil it down, or if you oversimplify it, basically every deck does the same thing, depending on how much you want to simplify it, right? But Torsten was a little too much that, even though he's fun. And then I made a 6 mono green 6 reanimator kind of thing, and it's fun, but I don't know if it's fun enough to like buy it. Plays way better in person than, it's the type of deck that plays way better in person than like on TTS or something like that. Anyway, I got this like concern that if I play an all-in graveyard deck like Dredge, where your graveyard is your hand, that kind of a deck, that I'm just gonna bring it out into the wild and I'm gonna be having fun, and then someone's gonna sheerly by accident happen to cast some spell that exiles all graveyards, and then I just don't get to play the game anymore. And I just don't think I want to live there. I'm fine with someone blood mooning me, and then Glarb is just dead. Like, I'm fine with that because the deck is that fun that I'm okay with just losing the blood moon sometimes. But I think 6 would just fall apart. You got Helldivers 2, it's gas. It is gas. The game's unreasonably good for its genre. The genre of small squad co-op, really shallow multiplayer game, you know? The Left 4 Dead clone kind of thing. Like, that genre is so shit. And then here comes Helldivers 2 that is actually good. It's still pretty shallow and everything like that, but it's surprisingly fun, and they put a lot of love and care into the little touches of it, which I like a lot. They're like role-playing and stuff, which I appreciate. Anyway, I've just been yapping and chat has been moving, so I'm gonna Graveyard shit really tends to go crazy and unchecked or just ceases to exist, yeah. And it's not your opponent's fault. They're doing what they should do. You know, you can't just let somebody do their thing. Because on the one hand, ooh, I didn't even get to do my thing, like that's a common complaint. But so often, do my thing means take a 20-minute turn and simply win, right? So, you know, they didn't even let me do my thing. Oh, what was the thing you were trying to do? Completely win. Oh, okay. If I untap with my commander, I simply win. Why won't they let me have fun, you know? You don't want to be like that. And that's how you like to play, right? But can't really complain about it. Feels like we're all waiting to see what's coming for AOS, and by heavens, let it be something positive from the tomes. Meanwhile, you're quietly plugging away at the Callus and Toll unit. Yeah, everyone's kind of waiting on that. I'm kind of waiting on that, too. I had big hopes for 4th edition. Got partner on Twitch. I was ready to blast, and then, like, the edition isn't very good. It's fun enough. But I was hoping it would, like, blast. Considering this is the best coffee table art book of any that you've ever seen. Thing's perfect. Hey, well, welcome back. Yeah, I was gone last week. It fucking sucked. I had to work the whole week. And weekend. And I had to leave the house. I had to go outside. Which is just bad enough, you know. And we're back. I'm back in the Wizard Tower. My wards are back up. Just leaved up an Atraxa EDH deck for the weekend. What's going on today? Ooh, Atraxa. Daring today, are we? I don't mean anything by it. It's the most popular commander in the world. But you can't let that affect you. Lest you become some kind of hipster, right? If it's fun, play it. Ahem. You think it's just unfortunate the graveyard decks are all or nothing, like there's no sort of middle of the road counterplay? You do find it hella fun in Pauper, trying to bait out graveyard hate. Yeah, I could put a whole bunch of cards into the main deck. What's that timepiece that mills you for 2, or you can sack it for 2 and like shuffle a bunch of cards from your graveyard back in. I could play 1,000-year elixir. You know, there's a bunch of like, in response, I save myself kind of cards that I could fill the deck up with and keep drawing them when I don't need them and water the thing down and hold up mana forever. It just doesn't sound fun, you know? Playing scared like that. And putting a bunch of bad draws in there. I mean, I already put 1 endurance in. Isn't that enough? Counter's fun. The counter's fun. You can do a lot of... That's probably why Atraxa is so popular, is because you can play her 5 different ways. You know? You can be poison. You can proliferate. You can proliferate poison counters. You can proliferate 1/1 counters. You can proliferate Planeswalker Super Friend stuff. You can play her in a bunch of different ways, and she's just generically good in 4 different colors and a nice little 4/4 for 4 cube. So she just goes in a lot of stuff, or rather a lot of stuff goes in her. Yeah, well, I think I asked this, and I think your answer was just don't fuck with hero shooters, but have you jumped into Marvel Rivals, and any thoughts if you have? No. The last hero shooter I played was Overwatch 1, which at the time it was a ton of fun. We didn't know what was ahead of us. But for the first month or 2, I really liked Overwatch. My problem with Overwatch truly was my problem. It didn't have to be yours, but the better I got, the less fun I had. And it got to the point where I almost couldn't have fun playing it. Because I got really good, and now I don't want to play with people who aren't really good, and you gotta find like a team, and someone can ruin it for the whole team. You start caring too much, I guess. And I saw where the road was leading to, and I'm like, nah. You know, I play Magic to be competitive. I'm not trying to be competitive with games as well. It's too much. It's very healthy to have one competitive outlet, but you don't want too many. Anyway, that was my problem with Overwatch. Then apparently there was some, I don't know, the fall from grace that Overwatch had should be studied, I guess. But no, I'm not tempted to jump into Rivals. I don't like team-based games where they put you on a team with 4 other random jerk-offs who can fuck everything up either on purpose or not on purpose. I bounced off of League for the same reason. Tends to create a really toxic community as well. Luckily, League of Legends was also not fun. Like, it wasn't even fun to begin with. And then it had all the team stuff. So it was easy for me to bounce off of it. It was just a teams tournament. You feel like 4th edition's in a weird spot. What do you think about it? Have you seen Warhammer Weekly last week? What's your take? Which was the Warhammer Weekly last week? I think I might have seen it. I might have been watching it at work, in fact. Remind me what the topic was. First time chatter, Prof. Algae, bro. Sorry it took me a while to get to your message, but a lot of people are typing. And we're just kind of chilling here. One day you will find an army that plays like I feel Sonash should. Or the tome will fix things a little. Till then, I paint the cool models. That's not the worst place to be in. Takes a long time to paint models and customize them if you're into that. They'll stick around for a while. Well, I guess sometimes they won't, but you know what I mean. Models will stick around. If the rules get fun, do it. Otherwise, they're just waiting. They're just waiting. Helldivers 2, 14th best PC game of all time, slowly coming through. I wouldn't go that far, but I don't know, man. Is it top 100? There's a whole lot of the top 100 list that's worse than Helldivers 2, I'm just saying. The key to having fun with hero shooters is having friends to play with. Correct. However, there's a huge problem with that. You are right. You are right that you kind of have to, well, you either have to get into it with friends or 0 friends, right? And just find people. But the problem is, you don't know 5 people of remotely equal skill and free time to play. And so sometimes you're playing with yourself, somebody who's kind of good, somebody who's pretty good, and then just like 2 ball and chains holding everyone back and ruining everything. Maybe just don't play ranked, right? Maybe just don't play ranked. Warhammer Weekly is AOS 4 in a good or bad place? Bad place, obviously. Yeah, no notes. It's in a bad place. Doesn't seem, it's in a hole, and it doesn't seem like it wants to dig itself out of it. They have a good scaffolding with which to build 5th edition upon. And I have much higher hopes with 5th edition than I did with 4th for that reason. But did anyone notice there's a job offering? I think they just hired someone. Either they just hired someone, or there was a job for a game designer. Someone to work directly under Matt Rose. Games Workshop is actually hiring game designer number 2 for their $1 billion company. That's a good sign. Because they only have like 4 of them. Anyway, I agree with their hiring decision. You know, we could quibble about this or that or some detail or other detail, but at the end of the day, in my opinion, an addition is good if the army rules are really interesting. There's a ton of army rules for your army, and it's fun to build lists for. Those are the three things you need to make an exciting addition. And they did stuff that doesn't really interact with that too much, but they succeeded at stuff not on that list for 4th edition. They actually succeeded really well at the things I think aren't as important as those three things. Like balance, for instance. Thoughts on Valgavoth, Harrower of Souls as a commander for a group sludge? I'm not going to touch a 9 mana commander with a 10-foot pole. Valgavoth is a cool Cabal Coffers payoff style black demon who forces your opponent, when they want to deal with him, to give you their stuff in exchange, because they have to sacrifice things to target him, and then you get to reanimate those things. And unless it's just all tokens or whatever, you play big, huge demon man, right, with lifelink, good. And then when your opponent inevitably kills him right away, you get to steal their stuff. And now he's in the graveyard ready to bring back. I like him as a demon, as like a generic, as a general, like, good stuff, high-end demon guy. You know, he's maybe 3rd place in the top 3 between Razaketh and whatever that other one is that draws you cards when you lose life, right? He's 3rd place out of those 3, but he's a nice, just big-ass demon that's, like, good. I would never play him as a commander. I would put him in some black XX kind of deck as just a great demon. But I don't know that I'm trying to ramp to that. You know, he dies one time, he costs 11. That's rough. If I'm getting the mana cost right, he might be 8. It's possible he's 8 instead of 9. Anyway, I have mostly good things to say about Valgavoth, but as a commander, I'm mostly like, well, okay. This used to be fairly unique, but now I bet it's just what everybody says. But I came up with it first, alright? I like commanders that are disgusting, dirtle value engines. And then you play the fun cards because you're allowed to play the fun cards, because you're gross, you know, card advantage ramp engine commander facilitates that. And then everybody's happy. Was about 4th in general and the general problems it has with spam, damage, and the uniformity of lists and playstyles. Yes. The problem with spam is that there aren't a terribly large amount of vectors to build around. And so you just play the best thing. Uniformity of lists is because they only write one good army. They like reverse engineer one good way to play every army, as if it were a season of a video game. And everything else is generally shit, because it's easier to balance that way. Which means we have a more balanced, but kind of homogenized game for playstyles and lists. And also it's, as somebody, as Gunlance Enjoyer says, it's Matt Rose and 3 other guys locked in a broom closet, chain-smoking Marb Reds at a typewriter, given 12 minutes to work on every book. You know, they're hiring a 5th. Good. Think we'll get any new Deepkin units this edition? I don't know. I wouldn't have guessed Soulblight, and then look at this, we got some Soulblight. I'm kind of bad at predicting what GW will do. Ahem. Is AOS in a good place or a bad place? At least this was the thumbnail. Yeah, all right. It seems to think that the hole is a good and safe place to be. Yeah. The podcast you were on talking about this was shouted out in Pick of the Week as well. Nice. Poor Hammer, yeah. I thought that one went pretty well. I haven't checked its views recently, but I figured that if it got 100K at least, they would probably see fit to have me back on, maybe. They seem to enjoy themselves. I did too. But at the end of the day, you have to succeed. Did it break 100K? I'm checking it right now. Poor Hammer. Almost 2 weeks ago, and it's at 113K. Nice. Oh, I'm fighting against Bricky. Bricky's was a month ago. He has 126K when Bricky was on. The man stealing all my waifus. An indirect competition. Anyway, good work. They got the 6 digits. I'm happy for them. Even finding yourself missing the army rules for 2nd edition. Who knew that that would be the peak of interesting army rules? Not the peak of the whole game, mind you, but definitely the peak of having a bunch of interesting army rules, and building lists was fun. It's hard to create that on purpose, but they had it and they lost it. I don't mean to be a huge downer about it. Just work on your projects, paint your little guys, talk about your dudes, you know. And the game is like very balanced and very playable right now. It's just not particularly deep is all. So it's not tumultuous. So no big deal. And right over the horizon, who knows, maybe we'll get the second half of the battle tomes that start coming out. We'll have time and effort put into them, who knows. Have you talked about the new SBDL spells and terrain yet? No, I'm going to look at the news after our walk. The Nagash hand is funny. All right. I have it up here on the tab. So I'm ready for it. Big news. Normal news, I guess. It's weird playing Fire Slayers this edition, or one of the few armies that has interesting battle trades, interesting lists, and are fun overall, so it's sad to see how the other armies are, yeah. Oh, I changed my mic settings to try to fix an issue. So, do I sound weird? I'm not good with audio. Right, but I went into the mic settings and I turned some things up and some things down. Noise gate down. Some other thing. I was looking it up. I'm not good with sound. But I had an issue where it was like cutting me off. And it turns out if you go to the noise gate, there's an option called hold. And there's also an option called release. There's like, it's not punch. Attack, hold, and release. Those are the 3 parts of a noise gate, I think. And my attack was like super too high, and my hold was very short, and the release was short, and also the threshold was too high because my room used to be louder, and then I fixed that, but I forgot to change the threshold. You sound fine. Good. Disaster plan. Thanks for the disaster and the plan for 17 months. Perfect streak. Thanks for liking my stuff. Sounds fine on YouTube. Good. I really think that during the podcast, I was like too excited and I was reading from my notes over here and I just failed to adhere to proper mic control. you know, I got too far away from it. You get an expensive mic, it wants you to show some discipline about the distance from that thing. Not particularly deep equals shallow. Not always, but yeah. Same as 40K in that regard, balanced but kind of bland and flavorless. Oh, okay. What edition is this for 40K? Are you guys in 10 or 11? I mean, regardless. Sorry, 10? Okay. Midway through 10. Alright. Okay, so both games are in the phase where everyone's like, man, I hope next edition is really hype and interesting and has tons of options, and we increase that complexity that everyone's afraid of. But they're wrong to be afraid of it. Anyway, Richard's first time chatter, my group of friends, has just gone all in on Spearhead. Have armies built and primed for action. First games are Wednesday. Any tips to make it max fun and make sure we come back to it? Tips on Spearhead. I played Spearhead 3 times, once off stream and 2 times on stream. And I found it to be remarkably balanced. You may or may not find the same, but every game I played of Spearhead was almost a tie, but somebody won by like 1 point. And either that's just how I play and how my opponents played, or if they kind of put their hand on the scale of the mechanics of Spearhead to keep people in the game until the end, like there weren't any blowouts or anything like that, which felt kind of nice. And if you are the type of person who the first time they play a game, they're like, ooh, we'll hold off on this mechanic or that mechanic, I would advise against that. I would really use all the mechanics they intend you to in Spearhead. They really did balance that thing so that you would choose your little cards and sometimes use them and sometimes not, and all that seems to be pretty well thought out. They really play tested Spearhead, it seems. And also, this isn't always the case, but one of the most common experiences someone has the first time they play Age of Sigmar, and understand that now I'm talking about Age of Sigmar proper and not Spearhead, but it probably still applies a little bit. One of the first things that happens to somebody when they play Age of Sigmar is somebody double turns them and really early on in the game, and they think they're like ready to concede, right? Like you're playing Magic and someone wastelands your tropical island and then they stifle your fetch land and they have 2 Tarmogoyfs or whatever, and you're like, all right, let's pack them in. Don't do that in AOS. You would be surprised what you can crawl your way back from. Maybe 4th edition is less so for this, and Spearhead is probably certainly more, I hesitate to say balanced, but less swingy. Don't give up right away. See what you can claw back, because it turns out you can claw your way back from a lot. Usually. No promises, but maybe that's my first suggestion. The last books in 10th have been getting better about it? Okay. Well, hey, look, there's hope. That's been your experience, too, with about 10 games of Spearhead. Swingy with randomness and surprises, but almost always a close game. Yeah. D. Neal 5500. Thanks for the big prime for 7 months. Spearhead! Exclamation point. Thanks for the prime. You open the summer battle pack to really rework battle tactics or remove them. I'd like to see them completely remove the underdog mechanic. Yes. The changes that I want are too extreme. They obviously have a plan and they have a vision, and I kind of disagree with it, but I'm just some fucking guy. And you have to have a strong vision to be a game designer, and you got to stick to it if you're right. I would exile the entire battle tactics system just out, completely gone. I would redo army creation completely. And I would get rid of the underdog mechanic as well. So, that's a lot. They wouldn't do that. Battle tactics are great knobs to turn for balance. In fact, they're too good, almost, for knobs to turn. That's another conversation. Your last Spearhead game, the difference between a tie or your loss was 4 missed Kroxigor attacks. Rip me. This is why we play the game. Also, don't be a fucking bitch about dice rolls. You have chosen to play a dice roll game, and those dice are going to roll your way, and they're going to roll your opponent's way. And that's just a fact. And so don't get in your feelings when they don't. Remember, you chose to play a game with dice. You got to live by the sword, you die by the sword. Don't get salty about it. So if one of your friends is one of those Eeyore types that closes themselves, shrinks back into their chest and mopes around when things aren't going their way, I don't know, slap some sense into them. How can you be so controversial yet so bold? Well, they put a microphone in front of me, I start saying shit. I didn't mean to imply, Mike Legault, that was you. It just reminded me of that evergreen advice. Ever thought you'd be mad about dice rolls until playing D&D 2nd edition on Roll20 and never rolled above 5 or 6 straight hours? You don't trust virtual dice. Virtual dice, who knows what they're doing behind the scenes. The matchmaking fixing. 2E's brutal too. Dungeons & Dragons 2nd edition was back when they had the guts to ever kill a character for any reason ever. So, failing those rolls could be disastrous, as opposed to just funny. You lost the game because you couldn't roll a 2-up on a run roll? Oh yeah. To be fair though, the only reason you were even going to win was because your Stonehold rolled like 10 5-ups to save. Basically the dice rebalanced your karma, yeah. Focused your chi. I mean, I've lost games because I needed to roll anything but Snake Eyes, and I rolled Snake Eyes, and I re-rolled it, and got Snake Eyes a second time. I've lost games like that. I consider those to be funny stories, because they are. It's not like a woe is me. In a certain respect, you should be pretty happy, because you got the game to a position where you win 91% of the time or whatever, right? That's great. Keep doing that. Do that next time, you know. Bring back Deadly Terrain. Yeah, Archaon dead on a 2-up. When you lose a game because your Skaven gun explodes in your face, that generally makes you laugh. I mean, that's what you buy the thing for. That's exactly half of the reason you buy a Skaven gun. The first half is because it blows your enemies up, and the second half is because it blows you up, and that's funny. So something good happens no matter what. And Skaven guns tend to at least shoot before they blow up, so you get your, you get your fortune cookie one way or the other. D&D Skirmish is not a game I have played, Zoop. Every single time you rolled for morale on your dual Hill Giants warband, they rolled a 1. D&D Skirmish. Interesting. I hadn't heard of that, actually. You know, I was about to say that I have no interest in that and I prefer pure tabletop with no battle mat, you know, just, you know, theater of the mind stuff. But D&D Skirmish really is older than that. It goes back to the super roots of Dungeons & Dragons, back to chainmail and historical war games where it really came from. So it's actually kind of a return to form. It might not be around anymore. Ahem. You know, in my last week of fucking bullshit, I did get to do one nice thing. Since I had to leave the house anyway, I got to go to the farmer's market, which I like to do. I don't often leave the wizard tower, but when I am forced to, I might as well stop by the farmer's market. And they got like a winter one that's inside, but a lot of the same people go to it. So that was nice. Picked up some spicy cheese bread, pepper flakes all in it. Some of this green, I don't even know what country it's from. Possibly Korea. I'm not sure, actually. It's a green bread. It's not pistachios, but it kind of tastes like a pistachio-style bread. It's green, and it's super good. I had it for the first time in, I don't know, when I was traveling for work somewhere. And it was super good. And apparently there's this lady that makes it around here. Hold on. Green bread. Oh, it's Vietnamese. Pandan. I think. I think that's what it is. Pandan. Anyway, it's delicious. I just looked it up. I couldn't remember the name of it. You're sure this is all in your head, but you find the only consistent in your games is winning when the dice aren't going your way for round 1 or 2, but losing if you're rolling hot for the first 2 rounds? Yeah. The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. I guess it just shows how fleeting an early pulling ahead can be. Although in 4th, the trapdoor really can close. I would almost say that the double turn is more brutal now than it almost ever has been, which is strange because it's got the most extra mechanics trying to balance it. Maybe trying is the key word there, not sure. Anyway, somebody asked about Aiden and Deepkin, not sure. I don't know what their plans are. I'm going to read about the Soul Blight after our walk here. I heard there's endless spells, possibly terrain. Everyone's going to get it. Then again, they used to have grave sites and you just used like a quarter to mark it. So maybe they're graciously allowing you to buy $65 worth of things that you used to mark down with a piece of felt. But I'm sure it looks great. Anyway, is it time? I kind of want to go over the news, if you don't mind. Let's do some Age of Sigmar news real quick. Right after a word from our sponsor.
Right now, you could be savoring the rich, creamy flavor of angel food ice cream. It's the extra cream in angel food that blends all of your favorite flavors so they're always smooth and creamy. never point. How about some rich and creamy angel food ice cream right now?
All right. Oh, I got the ogre on. I don't want the ogre on. That must be from last time. All right. Ugh, yeah. No dark mode still. I look forward to the Warhammer community website in the year actual 40,000 finally getting a dark mode anyway. Unearth Macabre. New manifestations in faction terrain for the Soulblight Gravelords. The vampires of the mortal realms are supremely powerful creatures. Wait. Enhance. I'll keep it like this so it doesn't get in the way of chat. Whose curse said, existence comes with a range of benefits for the low cost of an unquenchable thirst for blood. These pallid nobles gain superhuman strength and speed and control over vast armies of undead soldiers. Buy now. You can click here. The upcoming battle tome, SBGL DS, provides the dynasties with 3 new manifestations and a piece of terrain that empowers those who dabble in Shayashian magic. All right. A nice little catacomb here. Look at the lighting they give the boys. Blue, red. The mortal realms are a little littered with sites of great tragedy marked by gravestones or edifices that the raw energy of death has seeped into over innumerable ages. These cursed sepulchres become lodestones for fell necromantic power. The very stones and wrought iron embellishments palpably exuding grim energy. Lord Streamer, they're trying to trip me up with these $5 words here. Locus is Shyish. Passive. Each time friendly SBGLDRS wizard casts a summon spell from the manifestations. You can measure the range from the train feature instead. Okay, so just the summon spells. And also just from your grave lore. So if these manifestations aren't the shit, and you're choosing the default ones, you actually can't use your terrain features ability. Interesting. Maybe it has a secondary ability. It looks like there's 2 different paint schemes for it, so maybe there's a vampire one and a bone rattle one or something like that. These structures act as a locus Ashayish, an anchoring point for summoning manifestations of the grave, allowing wizards to extend their thaumaturgical reach further. This dilapidated mausoleum can be built in a number of ways even without a roof, and has reversible walls that let you instead build a nexus of grief for use by the ghastly night haunt. Okay, so this duplicates as a night haunt. So I was wrong. These are Soulblight, these are night haunt. Got it. You get 3 structures in each box. Okay, so you get 3 of them, and you can put each 3 of them in 3 different places. Got it. They need to share. They have a shared... I mean, we have a few armies that are sharing crap now, too. Don't forget about Auric war clans, who just kind of change up some doohickeys on their stuff, and then each of them are... Well, actually can, since you can resurrect from terrain. Am I right? Oh, true. Kind of depends. Death wizards now have access to magical control, healing, and swarms of blood-sucking bats. They've always had that. Magical control, healing, and bats has been a staple forever. It's not now. They've always had that. But you're referring to the Hand of Nagash, Unholy Reliquary, and the Sanguine Swarm. Let me guess. The hand is bullshit. The bats are useless, and this thing is a buff. Am I a genius? The Hand of Nagash is a simulacrum. Oh, a solemn simulacrum of the Supreme Lord of the Undead's own bony miat, able to swipe and rake at enemies to or capture them in its chill grasp, reducing their control score to 1, whatever, or stopping them from using move abilities. Real shit. Okay. Chill grasp. Any combat. Roll that 4 up. Ugh. Ugh. I gotta brush my teeth after reading that one. You summon the fucking thing. You successfully summon it. It's not unbound. You put it on the table. Still have to flip a coin. Okay. Okay. Well, the target is within 3. The maximum control score of 1. Whatever. Well, the target is within 3. The target cannot use move abilities. Okay. That's a powerful sentence. The target does have to be within 3 of it. I don't know what this thing's move or summon range or distance are. But you can't use... Wait, it's combat range, though. Okay. In my head, I'm like, you're putting... It's like the rat trap of 2nd edition, you know, from Skaven, where they can't use move abilities in the move phase. You lock them in, big time stacks control. No. It's just pile in. It's the combat phase, so just pile in. Yeah, all right. Okay. I almost shit, but then I thought about what phase it was happening in. And like if your guys are about to not necessarily lose a combat but not win it, then it, for scoring purposes, it makes it as if you won, kinda. Pile-in is allowed since it's not a move ability but part of an attack ability. Oh yeah. I wonder what the keywords are. Is there no move keyword on attack? Yeah, I guess there wouldn't be. The fuck does this thing do? Well, the following apply until the start of your next turn. So what happens is you put it in combat, it gets in combat, you roll the thing, it succeeds. Now it's your opponent's turn, and now on your opponent's turn, they can't retreat out of combat. Because if they're still in combat, then they don't care about movement ability. So it's like it stops retreats on a turn following a turn that you had it in combat and didn't die. Okay. And maybe like hero phase move or something like that. It does have to be in combat range of those enemies, and they can probably kill it if they want to. But they're probably fighting something else. Okay. I'm just thinking out loud about how this thing is supposed to work. So the Hand of Nagash, is that what this is called? Yeah, the Hand of Nagash. So you want to play this next to your pinning unit. Like your mounted pinning guys that are hard to kill. And so you summon this thing, you charge in, and if you don't kill the enemy, they can't retreat on their next turn at least. That's like... It's like a companion combo piece to your like mobile pinning guys. And in combat, they can kill this thing, but it doesn't say it lasts until this goes away. It says it lasts until your next turn. So if they kill it, who gives a shit, right? As long as you roll that 4 up. But it does have to be within... Oh, well, the target is within 3. Never mind, yeah. They can't kill it. Because if it's dead, it's not within 3. I'm just puzzling this out. I'm just thinking out loud here. And it looks like, as I'm reading chat, you guys are puzzling it out. If it does, they can move again? Well, yeah, it wouldn't be within 3 then. Never mind, it's shit. Yeah, this one was a roller coaster of emotions. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I think I don't like it. By summoning the corpse of an elder vampire to the battlefield, sorcerers can create a conduit of necromantic magics. So Soulblight Gravelord heroes can draw on power to heal themselves or enhance their attacking prowess. Appearing as a twin colony of bats, the sanguine swarm will meanwhile harry their foes with a flurry of leeching bites, critical hits doling out mortal damage, and healing the sorceress flock. Both swarms must remain within 9 of one another, but they can attack independently for maximum annoyance. Okay. So 6 is proc immortal. That's great. Are these supposed to actually fight? I wonder. You gotta roll a lot of dice for that to be good. It would be better as a non-manifestation, so at least it would just work into your next turn. You know, they had that. They had this. What was it called? Spectral tethers or something like that. You would cast it on a terrain feature and people were, their movement was hampered around the thing. It was one of your debuffs in second ed, I remember. Spectral grasp, I can't remember anymore. They had something like that. Anyway. Draw on power. Any combat phase. This dude. So this is what the coffin drop memes were from in Discord, huh? That shit was funny. Pick a friendly Soulblight Gravelord's hero wholly within 12 of the manifestation to be the target. Either heal or add 1 attack characteristic of melee weapons for this return. Nice. And banish it. Banish it. So you summon the thing, give your guy a buff, and then it just goes away. Brother, that's a spell. Not exactly leveraging the whole endless half of the endless spell name here. Like, you summon the thing, it gives you an attack buff, and then it goes away. Like, why do I need a model for this thing? It feels like a waste. I mean, +1 attacks is a good buff, right? Depending on which hero you put it on. But it just feels like you're wasting the essence of what it is with these rules. I understand that this can stick around if you're only choosing heal every time, so there is that. But I can't help but feel a little deflated here. It reminds me of what the skull one used to do. You would like summon it and it would do damage one time and go away, and I'm like, why? Why is this an endless spell? Like, this could have just been a spell. You cast it on a hero and it gets +1 attacks. And then Leeching Bites. Each time an attack made by this manifestation scores a Kriat, heal 1. Hey, it's what I hope the ogres get. Or close to it. Yeah, so you're gonna, if you roll a shitload of dice, mortals on 6s is really good, right? So it's possible, depending on how the math works out, that the bat one is decent for fighting. But I do admit that I sound a little silly when I say the sentence, manifestation good for fighting. So probably not, right? Skullfire was cool since you could do combo damage with your unit at least. Yeah, when it did that part, yeah. What was it? Reroll wound rolls a 1 or something like that. It would give you a buff and damage you. And then sometimes you had guys that gave themselves a buff when they got damaged, and it was like a double combo. Damn, remember when the game was cool? There's 9 bats, so you're expecting 9 attacks. Okay, so 1 mortal. Yeah, whatever. Each bat is actually only 2/3 of an attack, so it's 6. Okay. All these rules and more are found in the upcoming Battle Tomes of Blood Gravelords. First place you can get it will be in the Death Rattle Army set. Barrow Kingdom's legions are beginning to rise from their slumber. And we'll let you know when they breach the topsoil here on Warhammer Community. Hey, you know what isn't starting to rise and isn't breaching the topsoil? My interest in all of these rules. That's a meh for me, dog. Okay, I'll give it a 3 out of 10 at best. Funny Claw. Yep, still running Morbid Because Morbid does something. Heal 1 for your 5 wounds, 6 up save manifestation. Very cool. Very cool, yeah. Hey, alright, awesome. I'm gonna get a drink. Alright. Sweet. Damn, that's crazy. Oof, I'm back. Oof, gotta turn off that brightness. Anyway, those are some bracket 1 endless spells for Soulblight Gravelords. But Train Futures look cool. Look, I don't think it's a cop-out. Do you think it is? I really don't think it is, because it truly is such a big selling point for the game and an enjoyment vector. I've been listening to too much marketing speak the past week. But at least it looks cool and it would be fun to paint and especially fun to customize. It's a mausoleum. You can customize the shit out of that in all sorts of different fun ways. You know. And maybe it's cope, but I don't think it is. They make no secret of it. You know, 50% of your enjoyment plus for the whole game is how sick everything looks in the entire hobby part of it. That's written right on the outside of the tin, you know. It's cold comfort if you're playing a magic deck that fucking sucks because the pictures on your cards are cool. But In AOS, it's more of a selling point. You don't like the terrain and the spells, but it feels better than a random foot hero, especially in the Don't Take Heroes edition. That was every edition, almost. Well, okay, not quite, but they have had a problem with foot heroes in the game. And we should count our blessings. Attorney Rose is right. At least it's not a random foot hero no one asked for. In an army that already has 12, 18 foot heroes or some nonsense number. Because of Cursed City. Anyway. I guess that's a positive. They're not going to give you they're not going to give you another terrain feature unless you're ogres. Which they accidentally gave us 2. I think they forgot. They might have forgot that they made a Maw Pot. They got a horse hero. Yeah, they did. That's true. Oh yeah, they got a horse hero replacement for the really awesome older one that I really liked. I thought that was an unnecessary upgrade. It was pretty recent too. Ish. It was pretty recent compared to the 1993 rat, you know. Or some of the ogre stuff in early 2000s, you know. Yeah, they got a horsey hero. I'm under special orders. What are the chances this is the book that deviates in a significant way from the index? Do you want it to be? How do you like your index? As a Soulblight Gravelord's enjoyer, potentially. How do you like your index? They replaced a new one that just got its own box instead of being a pack and bundle. Huh. Okay. I will say that historically, Soulblight, well, the army has gone under a few different names and shuffled some things around. It used to be Legions of Nagash, and it used to be Grand Alliance Death, and all sorts of other stuff, right? But Soulblight Gravelords usually has better books. They're in the above 50 percentile. They usually get the cool books. You're not into SB, you're hoping the changes start here before your Night Haunt get theirs. I hope they do the right thing with Night Haunt. Games Workshop has a history of way overcorrecting. Like going from Slaanesh, which was too strong, and then making it just the worst for a whole edition. I hope they don't do that to Night Haunt. Sometimes I feel like they do that to armies as a punishment or something. Like it's the player's fault that they played with the rules that you fucking wrote. You know? Anyway, I hope they don't over-nerf Night Haunt, but I imagine they will. If I had to call my shot, I would say that the Night Haunt book will be a level of over-nerfed garbage that rivals that of the 3rd edition Slaanesh Battle Tome. But I would love to be proven wrong. Night Haunt being the NPC faction for 3 editions is going to be good for not even half of 1 edition, and then it's all over. I certainly hope not. One of the key points to me on Night Haunt is sometimes you can look at the models and you can read the lore and look at the art and just get a temperature check for, relatively speaking, about how much something should cost. Really irrespective of whatever abilities they write for it, just like okay, you got a bunch of Night Haunt in the world, and this is about how much those guys should cost. What I mean to say is, maybe I'm not explaining myself right, but in a vacuum, a Mega Gargant should cost a lot of points. and 5 hex wraiths should cost maybe a lower medium amount of points. And chain rasps should be pretty cheap. And Noblars should cost almost nothing. And Stormcast should cost a medium amount of points, right? Just power scaling, I guess, is what I'm saying. And I look at Nighthaunt right now, today, and I look at the point cost of their units, and I think they're high. I don't mean they're high like they should cost less with the abilities they have. I'm just looking at them and I'm like, I think this army is a little more elite than it ought to be. And it's the same kind of way that I look at a Frostlord on Stonehorn. And I'm like, this guy's too cheap. He doesn't cost enough points. You just shouldn't be able to play 7, Stonehorns in an army. You shouldn't be able to fit that in, to field that. It's too many of them. And kind of in a similar vein, so... Now, the rules that they wrote for Nighthaunt, they probably have to give them the points they have right now, but I think those two things should become more aligned. Painting roses. Stream comes at the best time possible. It's 2 a.m. and you can't sleep, but your voice these streams. Always so calming, you fall asleep to them in a cozy way. Well, hey, please enjoy. Sorry about you not being able to fall asleep. They got over-nerfed. Hex rays at 160 were absurd, but 200 is too much. I don't know. I don't say I don't know as in I disagree with you low-key. I say I don't know as in I'm not sure what they should cost, for the abilities that they have. Noblars should give you points, yeah. Anyway, it's weird because I feel like a restructuring is in order. Nighthaunt should have slightly worse rules, but be cheaper. Because it's silly that I think it's silly that it costs 200 points for like 5 ghosts. And Stonehorns should get better rules and cost more, instead of have shit rules and be really cheap. You can spam them. And so on and so forth. I think it's weird because it just happened. They just did that. They just went through every war scroll in the game and sort of got their compasses pointing north. And I'm already calling for doing that again. Do that one over. And while you're at it, looking at Sons of Behemoth, I don't think the Mega Gargants should be 500 points. It's too much. I don't think you should... I feel like 4 guys is just too few for an army. If you only field 4 guys in an army, that means if there's a 6 objective battle plan, you lose it. I feel like it's a little out of bounds for the scope of the game. Put King Broad at 500, sure, but the other ones I feel like you should be able to put 5 of those on the table. Or 3 of them and 6 little ones or something like that. I feel like the army is actually a little too small, and that's part of the reason why it struggles so much to fit into any of the seasons and all sorts of other stuff. They spent all their playtest time before launch balancing Spearhead. It's really obvious that that is true. Yeah. It's clear as day that that's what happened. But this is why it's not exactly just copium when I talk about looking forward to 5th edition very much, because you only have to balance Spearhead once. This much, right? And it needed to happen for the good of the game, and now we got it out of our system, and you don't have to... So Gargant Wizard? Yeah, there should be, yeah. I mean... Me and Vince talked about it on the show last month or whatever, but yeah. You could do something interesting with the Gargant army. Just pretend it's a little D&D party of huge guys. make one of them a necromancer, make one of them a wizard, make one of them a berserker, right? Like, make it so that they're different instead of all the fucking same. They're so similar. They're so the same. There should be like a necromancer mega gargant that raises an actual giant skeleton that walks around, you know? There should be like a cleric one or a paladin one with armor and stuff. Instead of, this is a mega gargant. This is the stat block of every single mega gargant. We pressed copy paste 6 times and changed one number. Bleh. It's so boring. There's only 6 war scrolls in the entire goddamn book. And basically copied 2 of them. That being said, that's the water level though. Everybody's kind of bare bones. It makes it very like, it makes it very easy to play. And I don't mean easy like not complicated. I guess I mean it's a smooth play experience is what I say. Because you just kind of do it. There isn't too much to it. For some reason the pessimism around this edition and most armies being pretty bad has made the game much more chill for you, as if the stakes are lower and you get to enjoy the gameplay. I don't know that I would say bad, I would just say oversimplified. How many Lilliputians does it take to take down a D&D party of Gargants? Am I Googling a word? Usually my nerd credit is pretty good, but I don't recognize this word. Lilliputian. Adjective. Trivial or very small. A trivial or very small person or thing. Alright. Big word. Nice. That sounds like such a fanciful word that it's got to be from fiction somewhere. Alright, well, I learned a new word. Oh, Gulliver's Travels for the little guys. Okay, that would be it. Alright, my inkling was slightly correct, but I couldn't have pointed it out. Anyway, good word. .5 AOS is 3.5 D&D. Savage Species. And 4th AOS is 5th D&D. I don't know if I agree. I think 4th AOS is 4th D&D. Actually, is it? I don't know. Maybe it's hard to draw a comparison like that that's super simple. Sorry, you're super high. You thought that was funnier. You'll see your way out. No, okay. It wasn't funny, but you used a word that I had to look up, and now I know a new word, and I appreciate that a lot more. Good work. You still find the game fun when you're playing? Same, yeah. But you're engaging with it less outside of that. List building isn't fun or interesting. If list building isn't fun, then the engagement outside of the game decreases a lot, right? There's just not much to talk about. Hey, I've been thinking about this list. Should I run the one good thing and use 2 max size units of it? Yeah. Okay, cool. What kind of prospector unit are you using? The cheapest one with the highest move. Really? Me too. You're really enjoying 4th Ed, but it does need some fixes. Your suggestions sound good. I mean, I don't know. There are fixes that I would like it to have, but they could not fix any of its big problems, and if they just released army books with a shitload of content in them, and a bunch of options, and list building was fun, I would forgive all of the other nitpicks I have. You know? Your army has prospectors? Yeah, we got frost sabers. Those are kind of prospectory. It's only the 2 of them, but they're decent speed. Currently building fire slayers, all you want to do is sit on objectives and grind if I can get to the objectives. You got to get to them first. And run and charge doesn't exactly help you get to them unless there's enemies on them. So sometimes there are. You got that run and charge rune blazer. I'm looking over here. I got like a painting desk I haven't touched in so long. I got a giant like centerpiece thing I've been working on. You wish Cruel Boys had prospectors? Oh yeah. Yeah, I just did a quick search in my brain for Cruel Boys prospectors and it came up 404. You just got men on foot. Some of them are cheaper than the others, but I guess you gotta teleport. Well, actually, you can't teleport because the battle tech doesn't let you do that. I suppose you could pre-teleport and then next turn grab it. But anyway, that was a rough one. What happened to you? If it wasn't for the gaming club you're a part of, you'd play less than once a month. That's not even... You have to understand, or maybe you probably do, but the average Age of Sigmar gamer plays less than once per month. They mostly play when they go to events, and that's about it. Like, there's an order of magnitude above, or, I mean, there's the standard deviation above the average of people who play is the person who plays maybe once a month. That's, if we're talking about people who buy the product, that's top 99%. And if we're talking about people who play at all, that's still, I would say, 75%. Like top 75% play once a month. Of the people who quote-unquote regularly play every edition. The Twitch chatter Fire Slayers can get to the objective much easier now with the Field Sergeant +2 move GHB rule. Just take one of our many extra heroes. You do. Okay, you got the secret Discord tech. Orphans for breakfast on Fire Slayers. Take the Field Sergeant +2 move with the GHB guy. +2 move might not seem like a lot, but it's 50% higher than what you have normally. That's a big increase. I think you should look at it generally 2 ways. I don't think you should make yourself feel bad that you don't regularly play enough. I think a hobby that you really enjoy is something that you don't have to psych yourself up to do. You know, the other stuff's fun too. Anyway, I'm going to play this game. Everybody, we're about to go back in time. Okay? The year is 1990X. Okay? 1990X. Turn on your computer. There's a green Energy Star logo in the upper right-hand corner. It starts counting your RAM for some reason. Prints out with some little digital typewriter-esque noises coming from that magnetized hard drive in there. There's a turbo button on the outside of your tower that doesn't do anything, but you press it anyway. Connect to the internet? Maybe on your dad's computer it connects with Prodigy. And you may or may not have. If you're American, you definitely didn't have. If you're elsewhere, you possibly did. What is known as a PC-98. A non-IBM, but compatible with MS-DOS and some other stuff. Big in Japan. And it had a lot of, shall we say, story games. Had a lot of VNs of a certain era. And I didn't actually grow up with those. I grew up with a lot of computer stuff, but not PC-98. And so I'm going to be playing a game that is harkening back to a nostalgia that I don't have, for once. I found something I'm not nostalgic about, imagine. Here, get off the internet, I need to use the phone. You break a yoo-hoo and lock in. Oh, what was the name of that free internet? Net Zero, I think. You had that shit-ass Net Zero free internet thing briefly. In between AOL free CDs, where you can only be connected to the internet if the browser was up. Orphan's Breakfast is running a bespoke and entirely legal bed and breakfast. Okay, I don't really like bed and breakfasts. But yours seems alright. No, it seems legit. Anyway, space anime. PC-98 VNs. Big robots. Point and click. I read some reviews for the game. They're all positive. Maybe it's good, maybe it's not. Let's find out together. Game. Holy. What is this? How's the volume? Yo, we got scan lines? Modern or retro? Oh, give me retro. Give me retro for sure. Their volume is maxed, but I can turn it up here. There, how's that? Is that better? Music is very loud. How is one person gonna tell me low? And the other is going to say, very loud. Intro is loud, but menu is not. Got it. Okay. I see. Alright. Graphics. Dojin mode. With the silly eyes from really old. Studio mode, or 4K, RTX on. Can I, let's start with studio mode, because it was the default. This is some classic ass music. Stories from Seoul, The Gun Dog. Made with Ren P. Let's go. How's this text over here? Should this thing be smaller? Hey, sorry, but you're being shrunk. Text be shrinking, okay. Select art budget. Game start. September 21st, Planetary Calendar 209. Following a raft of oppressive policies and crackdowns from the Earth-based government of the Solar Federation, the joint forces of the Martian territories and the Jovian Unified Colony Fleet rebelled. This conflict came to be known as the Solar War. The war carried on for 3 years, but eventually the combined forces of the Martian territories, Jovian Unified Colony Fleet, managed to push the Federation military all the way back to planet Earth. In the final days of the conflict, a pitched battle was fought in lunar orbit that would decide the war's victor. Lunar orbit, aboard the Jovian carrier JFS Kalike. Oh, damn, the sound effects. Look at this. Look at this border. You reflexively tighten your grip on your armored frame's twin flight sticks as another wave of vibrations reverberates through the cockpit. The creak of your new flight suit and your quickening breath are the only sounds that you hear above the gentle hum of the frame's subsystems. As you squeeze the controls tighter, their plastic casings creak under the pressure. You try and stay calm, knowing that these gentle vibrations are remnants of huge shock waves that are buffeting the Kalike, the carrier that you're stationed on. Each one is a near miss as an explosion tears through the space around the ship. Try to push the thought from your mind and focus on controlling your breathing. But you've already realized that their frequency means the Kalike must be approaching the front line. Your squadron will be launching soon and you'll be engaging in your first real sortie. Your first real flight, in fact. You feel your throat tighten. Simulations are as good as the real thing. That's what your trainer told all of you. But you know that pilots are supposed to have hundreds of hours of live flights and training exercises in real armored frames before they're allowed anywhere near the front lines. Of course, that didn't happen. Command had told you that the modern simulators meant cadets could graduate without the need for these exercises. You'd overheard the rumors, though. Jovian Colony Fleet had lost a lot of pilots, and still wanting to keep the pace with the Martian advance against Earth, had resorted to fielding anyone who could fight. Your whole squadron is just like you, freshly conscripted from Europa Colony. You'd undergone basic training there, but almost all of your flight training had taken place on the cruiser's journey from Jovian space. You wonder how the others are feeling right now. Whether... Whoop. Maintenance crew. Kalike 5. This is flight deck. We're preparing your squad for takeoff. Running last-minute diagnostics on your frame. Activating all systems. Now. Oh, you kind of can't see this. I should move the guy over here, huh? Guy's over here now. Alright, looks all good to go. We'll run a few more checks, then we'll have you spaceborne in a few minutes. Ready to show those Terrans who's boss? Alright, chat. It's your first decision of the game. Are we damn right ready to kick some ass, or are we an anime main character who is equivalent to gray sludge? This one's a little too gung-ho for my taste. Sounds a little empty-headed to me. But giving him the old Squall Lionheart ... I don't know if I can do it. You know, Shonen Protag or other type of Shonen Protag? This one's up to you. You are literally currently playing FF8, so you vote Squall. Alright. That disgusts me. Not because of Final Fantasy VIII. I actually love Final Fantasy VIII. Like it a lot. But I just don't like the ... We'll do it. Your mind races as you try to think up a response that'll convince not just the engineer, but yourself too, that everything is going to be alright. Instead, your mouth dries up and your heart feels like it's about to burst from your chest. Ooh. Bad end. Reload. The flight sticks creak more loudly as you squeeze them tighter, as if any moment now you may snap them in half. Pilot? Everything okay in there? Comms green? After taking a few deep breaths, it eventually feels like you have a modicum of control again. You realize your grip on the flight sticks and lean back in your chair. This is Calag 5, comms green, just a bit. Well there, Calag 5. Nothing wrong with feeling the jitters. Tell you what, what's your name, pilot? The first vibe check was a failure. It's true, but the other one was like so gung-ho, you know? Like a child screaming the name of his fight move. I don't know. I didn't like either of them. Oh, what's our name? Magnus Lion Tower. And your pronouns? He. Magnus Lion Tower. That's correct. Getting some Gundam Episode 1 vibes from this. So far, so good. I feel that they really were inspired by that. Okay, Ensign Lion Tower. First up, take a few deep breaths for me. In and out. Nice and slow. Got that. You draw in one long, measured breath and hold it. Then release. Following the engineer's instructions, you repeat this a few more times. After a while, you begin to feel your pulse slow and some of the tension in your body slip away. Still feel on edge, but feel slightly more in control. Get in the fucking robot, Shinji. Alright, there we go. Now listen up, Ensign, you ain't got a thing to worry about. The way I've heard it is that all the Terran's best pilots are taken care of between here and Mars. Heck, Martians are the ones who've been leading the charge today, so they're the ones taking all the flak. Propaganda machines selling this as our decisive strike against Earth's last line of defense. Between you and me, it ain't nothing more than a mopping up situation. Buddy of mine, operations, said as much in the canteen last night. Besides, you hear a dull ring over the comms and sit bolt upright in your seat, slouching back and exhaling as you realize nothing more than the engineer striking the cockpit armor of your frame. His beauty here is a work of art. Terran frames ain't got nothing on her. He's all tuned up and ready to go. Probably spent more time with this one than I have with my own kid. Ha! I'm a terrible father, so don't you worry. Remember what they taught you in training and leave the rest up to her and you'll come out of this just fine. Despite your startled reaction a moment ago, the engineer's confidence is infectious and it's starting to rub off on you. Adjust your position in your seat so that you're sat up straight, and the soft hum of the frame systems now seems more comforting than ominous. Just a mopping up operation, you think. Martians have done all the work, so we're sitting pretty here in our top of the line frames, yeah? Nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about, chat. Just a mopping up operation. They're laying the foreshadowing on thick here, aren't they? Hey, alright. So, Ensign Lion Tower, how are you feeling about things now? Bro, I'm feeling good. I'm ready to go. A new opponent has entered the ring. I'm ready to get out there and kick some ass. You declare, channeling your newly tapped well of confidence. That's the spirit, Ensign. Now hang on to that. We'll have you out of those hangar doors and kicking Terrans around in no time. Left alone with your thoughts, you tune back into the gentle hum of the frame. You watch the seconds tick away in the cockpit clock, whilst you wait for the order to launch. The wait seems to drag on and on. Carry out a few last-minute flight checks, but as you already completed them, when you boarded, nothing has changed. Alright, pilots, listen up. This is Cal 1. We've been cleared for launch, so be ready for immediate action. All frames of taking off in designated order. Attack formation, sound off. Cal 2 ready. This is Cal 3 ready. Cal 4 here, ready for takeoff. Bro, you're 5. You're 5. Fuck. Cal 5, confirm your status. Oh, yeah. Cal 5 standing by. I have to play this guy? Jesus. Okay. Look, you start them low, so they go through quite the arc. Fair enough. Keep it together, Cal 5. Cal 6. Cal 6 ready. Alright, Cal Squadron, move out. Oh shit, big robots, let's go. Whoa. Roll calling your squadron as they depart from the ship and accelerate rapidly towards the combat zone sounds almost like a countdown to you. Once Cal 4 has declared their launch, you know your time has come. Disengage your restraints, prepare yourself. Cal 5 launching. You shout as you slam the flight sticks forward for maximum thrust. Kale Shield thinks it's a big primer for 21 months. Thanks for the kale and the shield. Makes you want to play Lancer. Hell yeah. Alert. Cal 5 aboard launch. Cut thrusters. Cal 5 abort launch. The engineer's instructions barely register in the confusion as you've jerked around the cockpit. Your helmet slammed on the control panel as a brief moment of thrust throws you back into your seat before you're whipped forward again. Fuck. They're gonna fight without me. Warnings flash all over your monitors and sirens and alerts sound from all over the cockpit. Cal 5 aboard launch. Takes a few seconds for you to comprehend the engineer, but once you do, you quickly pull the flight sticks back to their neutral position. Roar of your frame's engine dies and your cockpit regains its previous stillness. You wince as the metallic taste of blood fills your mouth. Alright, Cal 5, hang tight for a moment. Your frame's restraints didn't accept the disengage command. You're still attached to the Cal. We're going to need to run a diagnostic. Shouldn't take too long. Oh, damn. Okay, so a freak occurrence has stopped us from being able to enter this quote-unquote cleanup mission. Everybody in the squad dies, and I was saved through serendipity. You slump in the cockpit's chair and exhale deeply. Your heart still pounding a million beats per minute and your lip stinging. Continue to slow your breathing as you listen to the still open communications channel from the maintenance crew as they work to get your frame released. Hey, yeah. Hey, alright. Looks like the restraints disengage command didn't register. Yeah, Unit 5. Alright, yeah. Get Unit 6 out, no sense waiting for this one. Alright, start the diagnostic, then reboot if necessary. Cal 6 launching. Meanwhile, Zaku 1-4 meeting the Gundam pilots, yeah. I mean, if it doesn't do that, it will have tricked me, you know, because it really set it up for that to me. What do you mean hardware fault? We checked this 10 times since Mars, at least. Who was assigned Unit 5? Oh, for... Fine, right. Shut down systems, run the diagnostic again. I want this frame out there in the next 5 minutes. Cal-like 5, we're going to shut down your frame systems for a moment so we can run diagnostics. Stay ready, though. We'll have you launching soon. You're finishing up your... Oh, Shirokai deck right now. It's very apt. Man, a blue-white commander that's not technically a creature that says Duratu on it. For 1? I'm in. Cal-like 5 understood, ready and waiting. Diagnostics in progress. As your cockpit fades to darkness again, you release the flight sticks and suddenly realize just how long you've been clenching your fists around them. Flex your fingers and roll your shoulders, exhaling again. As you begin to hear the muffled sounds of the engineers working on your frame's restraints. Staring at the dead monitor, you slowly begin to smile. This was what you wanted, wasn't it? You'd spent so long worrying about the mission that you'd thrown up twice in the past 24 hours, and now it looks like that was all for nothing. You got what you wanted, and you were safe. Safe as you can be, strapped to the outside of a military carrier in an inactive armored frame anyway. Your smile widens inadvertently at that thought. Getting shot down in an inactive frame, still in its restraints. You'd become a cautionary tale for engineers and pilots throughout the entire Jovian colony fleet. Your mind turns quickly to the rest of your squadron. When they return, you'd be the laughing stock of the entire Calite. Pilot who'd spent their entire first mission stuck in a dark cockpit. Dodged a bullet, but you'd never... Oh no, look at their face. This is Cal-like 6, they've cut off the flight path. There's more. There's a whole squadron of carriers coming in from E-Field. Cal-like 1, they're gonna cut you off from the fleet. Cal-like 6's signal disappearing as you sit bolt upright. Sorry, as you sit bolt upright. As you begin pressing buttons trying to activate your cockpit's main monitor so you can see what's going on. But the diagnostics are in progress, don't fuck with it. The PS2 is saving, don't unplug the power. However, with your frame system shut down remotely by the maintenance crew, you can do nothing but sit in the dark stillness and listen to events unfold. Cal-like 6 respond. How many carriers? Ma'am, Cal-like 6's signal's been lost. It's, not responding. Ma'am, he's the fucking nerdlinger up here on the monitor. Hold it together, Cal-like 4. All units form up defensive formation on me. I said all units, Cal-like 2. Don't break formation. Ma'am, they're firing on us. There's so many of them. Oh my god. In an instant, your communications channel is flooded with cries of terror and panic. You hear your squad mates, your fellow pilots' exclamations of fear as this unexpected enemy force bears down on them. Screams and yelps, wails and howls fill your head as you sit powerless in the dark confines of your cockpit. Who's out there? Engineering? Get me ready. I can help. Get me ready to launch. What do you think they're fucking doing? Chill. I guess you can't chill. Your friends are dying, but they're getting killed out there. I need to go. Now. I need to return some videotapes. You shout demands to get your frame ready for launch over the channel, but are met with no response, because they're working on it. In the dark of the cockpit, with your controls unresponsive, you can't be sure whether the channel is closed, or if no one's listening, with all attention turned to receiving the battle damage units from your squad. Imagine what would have happened if someone had turned the release restraints off and on again. Yeah, if only they'd unplugged them and plugged them back in, you would be... Well, I mean, you would be dying next to the rest of your squad, which is definitely all going to die, right? But still, it's a frustrating position to be in. You desperately begin attempting a manual override of your systems, but find that nothing responds to you. Only spark of life that you can glean from your frame is the small diagnostics progress bar, which has not moved. I need to be out there. In one last desperate attempt, you begin hammering on your cockpit walls, hoping to get the attention of the engineers you could hear outside earlier. The entire time, the chaos of the combat out in space is narrated to you in broken fragments of radio chatter. There's 3, 4 on me. I lost my shield. Can't shake them. They're everywhere. He looks so terrified. Signal lost. The line of retreat's totally cut off. Can't get back to the ship. Man, what do we do? What do we do? Stop panicking and form up 3 and 4 on me. Gonna punch a hole through their formation and... Ma'am, oh no! One by one, your squad's signals disappear and the cacophony of panic disappears. Doubling up there. Replaced by the gentle hiss of static. I don't think static is gentle, but fair enough. You stop hammering on the side of your cockpit as the last voice is cut off. You're drenched in a cold sweat now, and your empty stomach feels like a rock is sunk to the bottom of it. Lean back and stare blankly ahead. This is Cal-like 5. Ready for takeoff. Title drop? September 21st, Planetary Calendar 209. Despite last-minute reinforcements for the Solar Federation from their headquarters on Earth, the battle above Lunar is a victory for the joint Martian and Jovian forces. This would be the final battle of the Solar War. Having lost their last stronghold on Lunar, the Solar Federation would agree to a ceasefire and sign an armistice to end hostilities. An uneasy peace fills the solar system. With the conflict between Solar Federation and the Martian-Jovian alliance concluded, the Cal-like and her crew soon returned to Europa, colony near Jupiter. April 19th. They sued for peace. They must have started the war, yeah. The reduced need for pilots away from the delicate space between Earth and Mars saw Ensign Lion Tower reassign the security detail aboard various Jovian ships. He is eventually promoted to lieutenant, or lieutenant if you're British. 4 years have passed since the battle above Lunar. Jovian colony fleet, fearing fresh aggression from Earth, has increased patrols near its colonies after picking up unusual signals coming from further out in the solar system. Patrol ships JFS Gundog. Let's go, the Gundog. That's the ship's name. Perfect. Is dispatched to support JFS O'Brien in its investigation of these signals. Jovian space. Aboard the Jovian patrol ship JFS Gundog. Oh, move, look, use, talk. Oh, Jesus. This is sick. Man, remember when game UIs were graphic design is my passion, you know? I don't know. This is quaint. As the rumble of the Gundog's engines roaring to life reverberates through the ship, you clench your fists. It's been 4 years, and to this day the sensation of tremors, whether they're ship engines, docking clamps, or weapon drills, still ties your stomach in the knots. Bro, get over it. 4 years. Were the loose bullets and pills scattered over the UI? That was only that one Angel one. But that was a good one. And actually, you know what? Hold up. If it's Ren P, yeah, I can just... Maybe if I go to vivid mode, we'll get the gun. We'll get the bullets. Oh, there's color. All right, choose now. Vivid. Studio. Dojin. Dojin seems the same. I guess it just makes their eyes goofier. So this is fun and time period appropriate. Although so is color, actually. Vivid is, I suppose, nicer on the eyes. Isn't it weird how Vivid makes everything look a little cheaper, doesn't it? A little more MS Paint for some reason. I think maybe just because of the nature of coloring it in, you fill in the gaps here and make this, and that feels a little more legit somehow. I kind of like the classic too. Maybe I'm just going to be swapping back and forth between both of them all the time. Dojin mode, all capitals, Taxi 2 stock. To me, the real decider is what the characters will end up looking like. Good use of color, yeah. A bad trade for a ship security officer, that is true. But being an alcoholic would be a worse trait. You shake your head and exhale slowly, taking a moment before stowing the last of your possessions and pushing the drawer closed. Feel the click as it locks into place and the exterior plastic paneling sits completely flush with its surroundings. Stepping back, you look around the room. Take another deep breath and hold it for a moment. Although this was far from your first posting as a security officer, it has been 4 years, you always felt the same sense of trepidation, if not anxiety. As similar as all the ships were, they all came with their own unique crews and personalities, and with those came unique problems. Breathing out, you take a look around the room, taking stock of your surroundings. Select the look button to look. Ooh, okay, so we're highlighting lookables. Standard cruise bunk. Once you slept in one, you slept in them all. Although this one is nicer than the ones you're normally assigned to. The wall panel can be removed by jimmying it with a thin object, and crew members often stash contraband in there. Looks like this one's not been touched though. This lets me control the room's lighting from the bed. Bro, those are books. I keep my books here too. Oh, okay. I'm currently reading the Tales of the Cosmic Champions series. ATP, pretty good. A good one. Standard door with an electronic lock and magnetic bolting system. Only way in or out unless you plan on getting creative with maintenance tunnels. I do plan on getting creative with maintenance tunnels. Thank you very much. Foreshadowing, maybe. SG Arcade, thanks for the Tier 1 52 monthers. Super Earth. Our home. This could be you. Sweet Liberty. This terminal lets me access the ship's computer. It's got a clock, a word processor, even a calendar. Holy shit, it's got a clock, a word processor, and a calendar? Yeah. What an age we live in. My life for freedom. I can also access records and my orders from here, but for anything else I'll need to access the core, which is limited to those in operations or command. Time to get farming. Click the use button to use things. Only just boarded. Okay. Light switch for the rest of the room. Should I use it? Yes. Oh, dark mode. What does studio dark mode look like? Oh, sick. Damn, this has soul. True soul. I mean, vivid mode's pretty good too. It looks like I've been instructed to report to the bridge to meet the captain. Haven't met anyone yet since my transport to the spaceport ran late and just about made it on board before launch. Select the move button to move. I select it again if I change my mind. Ooh, big save. We accomplished a lot. Cruise corridor 1. You step out into an empty corridor and the door to your quarters gently hisses shut behind you. Keypad gives a short series of beeps and you hear the lock and gate. The dull thrum of the ship's systems is barely audible, but otherwise you are stood in total silence. The air is cooler outside of your quarters than the corridor has a sterile lack of aroma. This has been the same on every ship you've been stationed on, and at this point it doesn't surprise you. Okay, so this is a Swift-class patrol vessel, which means if I leave this quarters block, I'll be in the foreside through fare. I hope you're taking notes, because I'm not. If I go right towards the aft, I'll arrive in the central hub, and then I can head to the bridge. Big looker. Hanson Cruise. Haru Romney. Mitt Romney? Doesn't sound familiar. Dalton Grange. Not somebody I've met before. Dylan D's Nuts. Can't say I've ran into them on any other ship. You are the second person to bring up Lancer, but yeah. Can I use these? I don't think that would be a good... Okay, so... Why not? Foreside thoroughfare, please. Warning, shibbity whoop in this corridor. You leave the crew block behind you and find yourself in a much larger corridor that stretches off to your left, multiple smaller corridors leading from it. To your right, the corridor leads to a large plaza. Very faint breeze coming from your left. Ruffles? That would be rustles. Ruffle is something you do to people. It chills you slightly and you hear the sounds of human activity. From the right, you can hear the hum of the ship's engines more clearly now, as well as the occasional low, quiet, whirring sound. Looks like I was right. This portion of the thoroughfare will leave me access both sets of crew quarters, the mess hall, the hangar, and the central hub. From there, I can access the rest of the ship's areas. I should hurry up to meet the captain before I look around anywhere. Warning, cool gravity. Wanted to see if there was a funny name for that. Central hub. As you enter the central hub, you hear a low whirring noise and the engine's growing louder. You can see the readouts above one of the elevators change, letting you know someone is using it to travel to another part of the ship. Birdig Sabooby. Looking around, you see the entrances to both the fore and aft side thoroughfares, as well as the corridor to the airlocks. These elevators will take me to the bridge where the captain will be. I shouldn't waste any more time. Alright, big saver. Dude, I love Ren P because it's so fast to save. You can scum immediately. Go to the bridge. Knowing that you need to report to the captain, who, at this point of the ship's journey, should be stationed on the bridge, you make your way towards the elevators, press the call button. Step back and watch the indicators above each elevator, waiting for one to arrive. As you wait, your mind begins to wander and you're caught unaware, as you feel something suddenly jab into your back and a voice from behind you declares, "Nothing personnel, kid." Wow. You have died. Do you want to reload? Hands in the air. Identify yourself. Oh, I was kind of close. Your posture stiffens as you snap back to reality. Caution, low gravity. Caught completely off guard by the voice behind you. Thoughts race through your mind as you try to figure out what's going on. Could there already be another security detail on board? We are such a loser, chat. That shouldn't be possible as far as you knew. You were the only one, unless... I said hands in the air, punk. You tentatively raise your hands, palms flat and facing forwards, as whatever has been thrust into the small of your back is removed slowly, and you hear the person behind you take a step backwards. You exhale and turn around. Lieutenant Lion Tower Security Detail ID. So fucking JPEG. I'm on my way to meet the captain to... Waifu number 1. Detected. Hold on. Okay, I'm not digging the Dojin mode. I gotta admit. I think I like the mystique of the green, but chat likes vivid, so we'll keep it up. She's a prankster. Where you'd been expecting a gruff crew member, instead you're met with a bright and cheery officer waving a pen around with a large smile on her face. That was you mistook a pen for a gun? Holy. Chat, we're a loser. You're taken aback for a moment as this isn't just any officer. This is... Cassie. What are you? Magnus. I've missed you so much. Cassandra. Cassandra wins? Soul Calibur 2? With the sword and shield? You big doofus. You should have seen your face when you turned around. You were all... we got some production value there. I love that face you make when you think you're in trouble. I love that. I love the loser face. It's like you think playing the big soldier would get you out of trouble. It's so cute. Yeah, she's aware that we're dumb. Look, I'm not gonna judge her. I'm not judging anyone. She likes them dumb. That's a type. Lieutenant Commander Cassandra Quinn. You should have known, really. She's always been one for bad jokes and stupid pranks as long as you've known her. Her less than professional attitude and penchant for irresponsibility is the reason why, despite her talents, she's not commanding a ship of her own right now. Damn, that bad? Holy. That's it. If only she could hold it down on the recalcitrants, she would be commanding a ship? Jesus. Then again, that's what we think, and we're stupid, so... We are Himbo Meko pilot confirmed. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how good did I get you? You totally thought you were being busted, right? But if you're being honest, her playful nature is what attracted you to her in the first place. Don't put words in my mouth. It's fucking big 80s hair, too. You've been dating for nearly 2 years now. Oh, we've been dating? Okay, I didn't know that you're... This is surprise reveal after surprise reveal. When are you gonna tell me that? Holy, okay. Apparently we've been dating for 2 years, and he still falls for this. My man is dumb. Hey, alright, but a lot of that has been over electronic mail. Oh, mail electronique? Or in letters, distance girlfriend, pen pals. Your postings have never lined up until, so are we like meeting for the first time? A lot of that has been over mail electronique. Cassie, what are you doing here? I thought you were stationed on the Reliant. You never said you were being transferred. What happened? Well, the thing about that is, you might say that a disagreement with the head of operations on the Reliant led to a lateral trajectory for my career. Girl, you gotta keep yourself, you gotta get your life in order. What are you doing? You should be commanding a ship. Cassandra, is this our first Ryuji please of the game? Cassandra, please. The full text boxes are cutting the final row in half. There's nothing I can do about that. I detected that right away, but the letterboxes... The letterboxes are something I can't stop. Actually, maybe I can. Hold on. What's that line called? Nope. Martyrs, this is why I'm narrating them for you, so you don't have to read them yourself. Okay, so maybe when it came time to change the ship's cybersecurity passwords, I couldn't be bothered to spend all day sitting in the computer core. Waiting for it to generate new code, so I just changed all the existing passwords by a single digit. I'm starting to get the impression that it's not that she would be captain of a ship if not for her silliness. I'm starting to get the impression that I'm just dumb, and so I think that, but actually, she's almost as much of a screw-up as I am. I think I'm seeing the mystery is unfurling in front of me. You place your face in your hands as a dull groan rises from the back of your throat. This isn't the first time you've heard a story like this. And maybe it turns out when they run the cybersecurity drills, they assume that the enemy have our old passwords, so they try to brute force them. Yeah, that's the point of the fucking passwords. And maybe that meant the ship was compromised in 0.5 seconds. But at least they found out I'd done that in a drill and not in a real engagement, right? Basically saved the entire ship in advance. I'm surprised you're still even stationed on a ship. How are you not stuck back in the records room at Europa Colony right now? Well, I probably shouldn't tell you this, but go on. If I can't trust you, who can I trust? Trustworthy people, probably. It turns out this mission was organized at really short notice, and the Gun Dog was the only ship available. Problem was that they'd been having issues with the crew, so they had to transfer some in short notice. Lucky for me, I'd so recently been made available. That's weird, I'd only just been stationed on the Duke, so I shouldn't have been free to be transferred. The Duke? Okay, you figured it out. I may have used one of my contacts from the Academy who works in resources to transfer you over here. Pretty sure you know every regulation you broke by doing that. What was I supposed to do? Get stationed to some tiny ship heading out in the middle of nowhere with no one I know on the crew? We haven't seen each other in months. Aren't you happy to see me? Honestly, maybe. Of course I'm glad this. I missed you too, you know. Been a long time. You don't become part of the Reliance Operations Department without some serious talent. I'm not going anywhere. Oh, you said you were on your way to see the captain, right? Have you had a chance to take a look around the ship yet? No, not yet. I was going to. Great. I'll show you around. I've been here a few days, so I basically know the ship like the back of my hand. Where do you want to go first? You come back to the stream and find a VTuber Ogre Magi big. I have 2 frames of animation. Behold. Also, it's Waifu Weekend Weekday Edition with a PC 98 game. So far, it's literally Gundam. I was on my way to see the captain. I felt the engine start up, so I know we're launching soon, and I thought that I should probably report in as soon as possible. Oh, don't worry about that. I've already logged you on board, so it's just a formality now. Well, I would like to do the formality, because that was my order. Besides, Captain Bartermuse? Bartermuse, huh? Not Bartholomew. Isn't exactly a stickler for procedure, so we can check out anywhere you want before we head up there. Well, alright, in that case, great. unfortunately, I'm too dumb not to let her get me in trouble. Their entire relationship is being revealed to me. This is going to be the best tour you've ever been on. By the time it's over, you'll have seen every inch of this ship and met everyone on board. Well, great, I didn't have anything to do for the next half an hour, sure. It's been so long since we last saw each other too, we definitely need to take time to stop by my quarters and get reacquainted. You can now access every area of the gun dog. Click the talk button to view a list of who's available to talk to. If you change your mind, press it again. You look around the central hub as Cassandra already begins to make her way to your first destination, waving at you to follow. Might be a small ship, you think, but now would be the perfect opportunity to learn its layout and familiarize yourself with where you'll be spending your current duty. Plus, you admit, it wouldn't hurt to meet all the crew. Better to get to know them sooner rather than later. Alright, big save. Big saver. You need to take these elevators to get to either the bridge or the sick bay. Bridge is at the top. Sick bay is located in the lower decks. Alright, thanks a lot. Can I just ignore what she told us and go to the bridge and talk to the captain? I wonder, how much freedom does this game give us? Or rather, I should ask, am I still in the tutorial? Which clearly I think I am. Are we an emotional support human? I think we're a partner in crime that lacks so much skeletal structure that you're just being rolled like a Katamari around wherever she wants. I don't know if you even have a personality besides low-key cowardice. Okay, every time I see this ship's name, it's almost Jesus fucking Christ. Like, it's so close to JFC. Sorry, JFS. You step from the elevator onto the bridge, and what seems to have been a pretty quiet atmosphere turns totally silent as the two women present, who had previously been observing a screen, turn to face you. Yeesh. You identify the captain almost immediately by her uniform. You're damn right I do. Wowza. Although you are given pause to wonder if you've misjudged as she listlessly straightens up and heads over to you with an air of disinterest. Perfect. CJ is enlisting today. It's time to get that free ride through college. Oh, and we got the Nerdlinger girl as well, not to be outdone. Is this the deaf girl from Katawa Shoujo personality? Never mind. What? I've never heard of that game. The other woman shoots you a look but remains seated at her station, quickly turning away when she realizes you've caught her looking your way. Is this a harem game? You can tell me. The curtness of her reaction catches you off guard as she quickly returns to what she's been doing before you enter. Hopefully, Cassie's presence can throw what you feel might be a cold reception. Sorry, thaw, not throw. Lieutenant Magnus Lion Tower, Esquire, entering the bridge and reporting for formal assignment. You declare, throwing a sharp salute, Cassandra quickly following suit. Lieutenant Commander Cassandra Quien, Medicine Woman, entering the bridge in accompaniment of Lieutenant Lion Tower. You're taken aback slightly as you realize that you've hardly ever seen Cassie be serious about anything, even her position. Huh? Whenever she's had to talk about her assignments, it's always been dismissive or in a jokey way. You're caught off guard that you almost missed the captain addressing you. This guy's brain is like a moth. At ease, Lieutenant Commander. You and Cassie both lower your salutes and loosen your posture slightly. Slight pause, which you can tell is the captain sizing you up. This informal assessment lasts a little bit longer than you're comfortable with, till the captain releases a heavy sigh. Welcome aboard, Lieutenant. I appreciate your prompt appearance. You'll have to forgive me for not coming to formally welcome you to the Gun Dog when you first boarded. She complimented me on my prompt arrival. I wonder if she says that if you do the whole tour first or not. What was that Star Trek thing about being punctual? When Picard gets to relive his life and he chooses the safe route every time and he becomes the most milquetoast nerdlinger ever. They're like, he's very punctual. The order to depart was an urgent one, and we needed to head out as soon as possible. I wouldn't have left without you, of course. Heh. The smirk. We'd been given word that your transport was running late, and the system notified us when you were aboard. So I made the decision to set sail as soon as we received you. Thinking about it, it was unusual that there hadn't been a formal onboarding process beyond the docking staff checking your ID, guiding you on to the Gun Dog. You'd not realized in your rush, but now it was obvious. But it did make sense that it was an urgent dispatch. The ship would launch as soon as all the crew were aboard. Not a problem at all, ma'am. I apologize for the tardiness. There's another pause before the captain responds. You can't help but feel a little bit uncomfortable, unsure whether the captain is slowly deliberating something or engaging the conversation with as little energy as possible. Think nothing of it. These things happen. Anyway, Lieutenant, I'd like to take the opportunity to formally welcome you to the Jesus fucking shit Gun Dog. My name is Captain Marius Bartholomew. I run as tight a ship as you'd expect, and I anticipate that you'll carry out your duties to the same standard. Yes, ma'am. From experience, most onboarding procedures have involved greetings and speeches from the captain that have ranged from serious to almost ceremonial. In comparison, Captain Bartermew's introduction is almost lethargic. Card Lieutenant? Yes, ma'am. The item button will activate when you are able to use items that are in your inventory. In some cases, you'll need to use an item to proceed, but in others, whether you use an item or not is up to you. When possible, select the item button to open the inventory. Sure. Your card, Lieutenant. Oh, it's blinking.
Which prime?
Solid Singularity thanks for the Prime. For 8 months, thanks for liking my stuff. Even if I'm playing waifu weekend games on a weekday. He inspects it for a moment before taking it to a control panel near the captain's chair. And knows an inspection day. You remain in position. Not quite at ease, but not quite at attention. Well, we'll work on that one. Are you guys sure this isn't the porn game? You watch as she enters some commands into the console before inserting her card into a slot. There's the sound of whirring, followed by a series of beeps before your card is ejected and the captain takes it back. Did we need the sound effect? I guess we did need the sound effect, sure. Damn, that's crazy. We really are in space. By selecting the function button, you can now access a map of the ship, allowing you to move from one location to another. Oh, fast travel, please. Thank you. Fast travel. You can also view your current objective. Okay, so it's literal menu. Map. This is the map. This shit looks like a European subway system. Hey, alright. With this Lieutenant Lion Tower, you now have access to all areas and authorities befitting the ship's security detail. Your responsibilities begin with immediate effect. Thank you, ma'am. You're also now authorized to take an appropriate electroshock weapon from the armory. With pleasure. If you have any further questions, then you know where to find me. Dismissed. It was a fine sound effect, and it was necessary. I'm just busting its balls a little bit. Task. Get familiar with the Gundog and her crew. Introduce yourself to all the Gundog's crew. Visit the Armoury. Collect your duty sidearm. Introduce yourself to the bridge officer. Oh yeah, what's her name? Master of Romance chick. Visit the airlock. Okay, so we gotta visit all the places. Any readers? Okay, so we got a lot of datum. Fuck. Excuse me, Lieutenant, I'm currently on duty, so I would appreciate it if you did not disturb me. Lieutenant Lord. Lieutenant Liontower is the ship's head of security. Since I'm here, you can take the time to introduce yourself formally. Lieutenant Lord? Jesus. Great, I've got this. CN5. So you're the security officer that Cassandra's been going on and on about. That's right, Lieutenant Magnus Liontower. Pleased to meet you. Well, I'm Vanessa Lord. I serve on the bridge as part of operations. Cassandra's told me a lot about you. Is that right? What kind of... I'm disappointed that you're nowhere near as attractive as she made you out to be. Well, I mean, when you're right, you're right. Oh, is that right? I thought it was too good to be true that some dashing officer would be transferred here at the last moment. Instead, we've just got another lunk. Well, how was it you even got transferred here on such short notice? I was looking over your records earlier, and you were mid-assignment on the Duke. Why would they transfer you instead of... HeyWoah. Look at the time. I think your break's over. Lieutenant Commander Quinn, I think Vanessa needs to get back to her station. Of course, I hope this is the start of a productive working relationship between the two of you. Vanessa, I'll catch up with you later. Okay. Any lunkers in chat? Is that the name of Buff Link? Or is that Lonk with an O? Lonk. Is it Lunk or Lonk? I'm not sure. Buff Link is Lunk. Okay. Hey, that's a compliment, right? She said we were Lunk. So we're basically Buff Link. That's alright. Let's do these in order, shall we? Visit the armory. Captain's quarters. Armoury. As the two of you leave the central hub behind you and travel down the aft side thoroughfare, the hum of the engines continues to grow louder. You'd effectively filtered the noise out in the rest of the ship, but as you got closer to the rear of the ship, its volume increases considerably. Are the engines supposed to be that loud? Are the what? I said, are the engines supposed to be that loud? The what? Okay, I get it. I said... I heard you the first time. I'm just messing with you. Could have fooled me. I've never been on a ship where the engines are so noticeable. Is it supposed to be like that? Yeah, probably. No. But the Gundog is a Swift class, a type of patrol ship that's designed for rapid response. So yes? They're made to cover large areas of space quickly and offer basic assistance to ships in distress. That, or to be first on the scene to gather intel and issue warnings if everyone comes close to Jovian space. Which means design-wise, they're prioritized speed above everything else. So the answer is yes. I guess the best way to sum it all up is that the gun dog is basically a huge set of engines with a tiny ship strapped to them. So when you said no, you lied to me. Well, that's reassuring. No, it's fine. It just means there's no space for systems like motion dampeners or soundproofing. You'll miss it when you leave. Because Lunk is also a term at Planet Fitness for buff and loud and dumb, hence the Lunk alarm. Okay. Anyone else worried there's a flickering light on a closed system spaceship? It's supposed to be like that. It's designed for speed. It's a Swift type ship. Swift type means shit doesn't work right. You swipe your key card through the card reader set into the terminal by the armory's door. There's a slight delay, but quickly enough the terminal flashes a message. Access granted. Door slides open. The first thing that you notice about the armory is that the benches and lockers remind you of the changing rooms from the training center back in the military academy on Europa Colony. As you walk past them, you take a closer look and realize that they're the exact same kind of benches used in the larger ships you've been stationed on, which had sports facilities and changing rooms on board. Instead of sports clothing and equipment, these lockers are filled with a selection of combat gear, from body armor or electroshock weapons to a variety of small and light weapons. You know, this is the first time I've ever actually been inside a ship's armory. It's not really surprising. It's only the security detail that would have access. Even in a situation where a ship's expecting to encounter a boarding party, it's security's responsibility to distribute weaponry to the crew in advance. Yeah, I don't know if she is supposed to be here, Null Builder. It's to ensure there's no panic or crew don't get a hold of weaponry they're not trained to use. Huh. That's standard regulation. You should know that. Well, all I remember from my firearm training was when I dropped my electroshock weapon and accidentally zapped one of the other girls for operations. She's dead now. Our trainer made us use a hand-cranked battery charger to recharge all the power packs as punishment. That must have taken forever. You bet, but you should have seen my gun show afterwards. Huh? Which reminds me, the captain said I was authorized to collect my sidearm. I should get it whilst I'm here. Okay, so she technically is supposed to be here right now, I guess. Maybe. Spacesuits in here for the ship security detail. They're a little bit more robust than the suits handed out to the rest of the crew for obvious reasons, but aside from that, they don't offer much of a tactical advantage whatsoever. What, too many engravings and decorations? This locker contains electroshock weapons. They're non-lethal and intended to be used for crew control in case of a mutiny or violence that breaks out for some other reason. This locker contains a variety of small arms and light weapons. They're only for use against external hostile forces. Even then, their stopping power is relatively low because of the dangers of using live rounds inside a ship. Those suits have a distinct lack of skulls and seals affixed. Yeah, where's the skulls and the chaos symbols? Where's the iron chains on the shoulder pads? I'm authorized to take one small weapon from here as part of my role as security officer. This one will do. Oh shit, let's go. You got an electroshock gun. What's that? Just my standard issue duty weapon for my role as security officer. Fires a barbed projectile that contains a miniature battery. It's non-lethal, but more than enough to stop someone in their tracks. Absolutely not. What were you implying? What did she mean by this? Oh, come on. There's no reason to use that now. Alright. Accessing weapon locker sends an automatic alert to the bridge. Even if I wanted to examine the weaponry, I wouldn't want to set off an alarm without telling anyone what I was doing. Oh, okay. So, have you ever got to use any firearms? Well, almost, but the release hatch didn't work and I had to watch all my friends die. But aside from that, why do you ask? Well, I know you're security, but you never tell me about anything exciting. I always imagined you facing down bad guys with some scary pistol the size of my forearm, saying cool lines like, "How many shots did I fire? I don't know. Yeah, okay. Dirty Harry. You feel lucky, punk." Been watching way too many old movies. That movie is probably 300 years old by now. Not even once. Most of my job has been dealing with crew members who got a little bit tetchy. Tetchy? Tetchy, huh? Once a classic, always a classic? Yeah, fair enough. It holds up. It's not on a ship, it's in a city, but, you know. Even then, I just tend to break things up and talk them down. Most of the time, no one even ends up in the brig. Gotta have done something more exciting than that. No, I'm a loser. How many times do I have to tell you this? I knew you were an exciting action hero, tell me. So this one time, a pilot found out that someone on the maintenance team had been trying to hit on his girlfriend. He got so mad that he got into his armored frame and used it to corner the guy in the hangar. Jesus Christ. Those things are huge. Could it even fit? I guess it was in the hangar. No way. Yes way. He was threatening to turn the guy into paste and had made a real mess out of some cargo containers. Because the hangars are a low gravity zone, I was able to make a jump from the gangway to the armored frame and then override the cockpit access from the outside. The pilot was too focused on this engineer to notice me. Whoa. A frame jack? Did you use a cool line when the cockpit opened? Pick on someone your own size or something? No way. I put 50,000 volts into the guy's shoulder the second I had a clear shot. No, because I'm an adult. Oh, come on, you're no fun. No, it was really fun. Alright, task complete. Next, visit the airlock. Okay. Airlock, huh? Airlock has to be somewhere around the outside, right? There we go. And this is the main airlock. It's the main way to get on and off the ship when it's docked. Thanks, but I've already been here. This is where I came on. Oh, really? When? Today, like 23 minutes ago. Ma'am? Actually, I think I'm confusing it with somewhere else. What else can you tell me? Well, it's got one of the best views on the ship, for one thing. You look around but can't see any windows. You wouldn't expect to on a military vessel where an inclusion like that could compromise the structure. Here, really? Yeah, really. Check it out. She just fucking opens the airlock, right? Strides over to the terminal set into the wall next to the airlock hatch and quickly begins typing commands into it. You hear a sequence of beeps and she stands back, gesturing proudly to the screen. Not too bad, huh? You look at the screen, but all you can see is a dark display with a few errant pixels suspended on it. Like this? Are they green? Is that working? Of course it's working, look. Oh, the Windows screensaver. You stare a little harder at the screen, and although it takes you a moment, you eventually realize that's an external feed. That's right. Normally, you can only actually see out of the gun dog from either the bridge or the hangar. But the ship's covered in small cameras for combat situations. You can access the feeds from the terminals around the ship. It's actually pretty cool, but isn't the view from the bridge or the hangar better? Because you're actually looking out? Well, maybe, but there's always somebody else around. You never get the view to yourself. No one ever comes here, and it's so quiet. It's almost like you're out there. I guess I can see what you mean. It's pretty quiet out this way, and with a fancy screen like that, it's basically the real view. Fancy screen. I knew you'd understand. I'll add the command to your terminal access. That way you can come here and see the stars whenever you want. I'm gonna do it. I've got a few minutes. Could view the stars. Yep. That's space. Time to sit back and enjoy the space. Oh, did you see that? There was one star. It flared up, I saw it. All this in that one pale blue dot. Next, visit the captain's quarters. Alright. I recall that being here. As you head away from the central hub, the noise from the engine becomes quieter and the ambient temperature feels noticeably cooler. The thoroughfare stretches out in front of you with doorways leading to other areas of the ship visible in the distance. Here we are in the fortified, okay. I don't know ship terms very well. Fortified thoroughfare. I know. I went to my quarters earlier when I came on board. She is shocked. What did you just say? Fortified thoroughfare. No, I don't think you did. A 100% foresight affair. Oh no. Chat, we're stupid. It's a tricky thing to say. You try saying it quickly. Foresight thoroughfare. Fortified thoroughfare. Alright. We'll call this one a draw, Lieutenant. I was to understand that I was going to go to the captain's quarters. Oh, she stops you every section that you haven't talked to her. Got it. Okay, that's why. We are sharing. We are shaving off. We're like planing the top of the brain cell and getting sheets of paper off of it. And this is the second set of cruise quarters where operations staff, that's me and Vanessa, the department heads and the captain have their quarters. Sense? Of course, it's obvious why you'd come this way so soon after finding out I was part of the crew. What do you mean? Wait, hey, I'm on duty now. I know, and despite that, you've let your libido guide you to my quarters. You animal. Let's maybe save that for later. You tease. Alright, well, we decided to save that for later, so we're not too stupid. We're just pretty dumb. Captain's quarters sits at the end of the corridor, differentiated from the other doors in the corridor by the small insignia that sits above the nameplate. Like the others in the corridor, it displays the occupant's name, in this case, Captain Mary's Bartholomew. Even in your role as security officer, there are a few rooms on the ship that you don't have access to. Captain's quarters is one of them. There's nothing for you here right now, so you turn back. Alright, back turning. Visit Cassandra's quarters. Let's leave that one for later. Visit the central computer. Central computer has to be somewhere central, right? Nope. Nope. Far southeast. Can we romance the captain? If we can't, I'm leaving a negative review. That's all I'm saying. I don't know what this game is actually, but I'm gonna leave an angry Yelp review if we can. Although I kind of don't want to, just because our character is so stupid. Is such a loser. The captain deserves better. But this is why we control the character. We're gonna bring him, we're gonna pull him up from the depths of the La Brea tar pits and fashion him into, from a lunk into a lonk, at least. Anyways, the two of you continue through the aft thoroughfare. The thrum of the engines grows louder still. Thrumming stone? Any ripplers? The featureless paneling that has been made up that has made up the majority of the ship's interior quickly gives way to visible pipes and conduits. Eventually, the smooth flooring transitions to grating, revealing more workings underfoot. Finally, the thoroughfare leads into one huge open chamber filled with masses of machinery. Terminal panels set into the side of various apparatus cycle through different readings. The light from the screens reflected off ducts and valves. All this equipment is separated by a grid of catwalks and access ladders. Wow. That's a lot of stuff. Main character, you are not helping. You're not helping me. You have to work with me here. Please. Main character, please. A lot of stuff is right. This is central engineering. Pretty much every system, aside from the engines themselves and the central computer, can be found in this room. All in one place? Isn't that a little risky? Well, a Swift-class ship relies on an absolute minimal crew. The Gundog only has 2 engineers. I think they figured it'd be easier on them if everything that was important was kept in one place. That way they don't have to run from one end of the ship to another to get all the reports done if something goes wrong. Certainly know a lot about ship engineering. Isn't she an engineer? What can I say? I'm a pretty talented individual. Oh yeah? Whilst we're here, you can share some of that knowledge. What's that over there? That's a Phalenic conversion unit. And what's that? Well, that's the omnifaceted Wayne shaft. Ma'am, you need to calm down. Turbo encabulator. Every day's a school day. I'm head of operations, not chief engineer, okay? I don't need to know what. No one better be screwing around up here. You both jump as a stern voice barks at you from below. Looking down, you see through the grating that there's another catwalk situated below the one you stood on, with a crew member moving at speed towards the ladder that joins the 2 walkways. I swear, if I find so much as a single terminal readout out of place, I'm stuffing the 2 of you into the organics processing system. If I have to retrieve one more pen from behind the compressors. The crew member continues to grumble as they ascend. Quinn, you better not be here to tell me that your favorite pen has somehow fallen into the system block again. Wow. This is a CJ game. Big lady. Quest 64 playthrough when? That game sucked. God, that's a woman and a half. No, Chief, I got it right here. Damn straight you do. Now make sure you hang on to that one or you're gonna need someone to pull you out of the system block instead. The name's Maxine Armroom. Nice to meet you. And who's this, our wayward security officer? You got a name there? You quickly throw a sharp salute at the woman in front of you without even checking her rank first. God, we're a loser. Not only does she loom over you physically, but you quickly pick up on a force of personality that feels like it adds an extra 6 inches to her considerable stature. Lieutenant Lion Tower, security officer for the JFS Gundog Man. Less of that ma'am business, Lion Tower. Name's Mackenzie Cathays. I mean, close enough. Chief engineer, but that's chief to you. Ah, yes, my chief. Tips my fedora. Ah, yes, my chiefum. Big tomboy engineer feels strong, man. Damn straight. Now, what are the two of you doing in engineering? I was just giving Lieutenant Linetar a tour of the ship, Chief. Is that so? You never been on a ship before, Lieutenant? First assignment? Never on a Swift class, Chief. Only served on the Striker supply classes to date. That's so. Which strike vessels? The JFS Victory and the JFS Thunderbolt, Chief. Victory and Thunderbolt, huh? I don't think either of those two are less than 3 years old, so probably wouldn't have seen what the new streamlined distribution said. I wonder if you would have seen the power coils, though. I think the Victory was part of that production. You and Cassandra exchange a quick, nervous glances as the Chief, who had previously seemed like she was about to basically throw both of you out of engineering, suddenly begins a conversation with herself. You continue to stand to nervous attention as she ruminates about ship components. Chief, is there anything I can help you with about those ships? Oh, huh. Lieutenants, didn't realize you were still here. No, you're off the hook, Lion Tower. Not unless you can tell me whether the Victor is outfitted with the 3rd generation B-Pack upgrades anyway. Sorry, Chief, I don't think I could. I wonder if that's because the retrofitting takes into account space availability in the ship's interior for minimal traversal impact. Although maybe it could be that it takes. I think now would be a good time for us to move on. Good idea. Well, that's all, Chief. We'll be going now. Oh yeah, sure. Just don't let me catch you screwing around here again. Huge. Life support. Oh, sorry, Chief. What was that? I didn't know she'd barge in here. I'm just looking. I'm just a looker. This unit's part of the life support system. To be exact, this part is an assessment center of sorts. Continuously samples the atmosphere on board the ship to ensure that it's at an optimal level to keep us all alive. Oh, huh, he says. Big task. Central computer. You swipe your key card through the card reader set into the terminal by the door leading to the central computer. The door doesn't open, and instead you hear a harsh tone from the terminal, which is now displaying an error message. Looking at its screen, you see a message displayed in large flashing letters. Access denied. Insufficient authority. Please increase your authority levels. Oh. Even with your security clearance, you won't be able to get into the main computer room. Because the staff is so small, the ship's computer handles a lot of the tasks that would normally be done by the crew. It controls a lot of really sensitive functions, so only the captain and the operations team are allowed access. Oh, I don't think any of the ships I've been on have had a computer system like this. HAL 10,000? The bigger ships usually have their computing distributed amongst multiple systems across the ship. But because they've also got larger crews, there's more than the people on board are responsible for. I think that because a Swift class is so small, and there's such a limited crew, they need to assign more functionality to the computer. Because of that, it's a lot more vital that no one screws around with it. Yeah, but wouldn't it also be more important that the security is tight? Well, I guess if nobody... Okay. I see you said that operations have access. Can we take a look using your authority? Your authority levels? Well, since the whole reason I'm here is that I didn't exactly take my responsibilities with the Reliance computer system seriously, we'll just start now. The captain told me not to mess around with it. But it's not that interesting anyway. It's just a computer. Our, and I cannot stress this enough, current girl is so much smaller than Miss Rhea Ripley over here. And that does count as visiting the computer. Alright, next stop, engine room, which I assume is above. The two of you watch from around a corner as Chief Cathays, continuing to mutter to herself, paces back and forth checking terminal readouts and various displays. Eventually she heads down the ladder that she'd climbed to confront you. Now out of sight, Cassandra darts toward the engine room, gesturing you over. Banging over your shoulder in case the chief has reappeared, you make your way to her. Just in time for the doorway to the engine room to open and Cassandra to disappear inside before you can raise an objection. Well, it's got to be better than staying here with the chief. We are truly a loser. Oh, sweet. The room you find yourself in is a smaller size to the area you just left, but whilst that was crammed full of a huge range of machinery. This room is almost entirely filled by one colossal cylindrical device. The pulse of the engine is now a tangible sensation as the vibrations it emits shake your whole body. You are right. Oh, ooh. Much better. So this is the main engine. Well, one of them anyway. Like Chief said, the ship's outfitted with two of these. I see what you mean now when you said the gun dog's a huge set of engines with a ship strapped to them. This thing's massive. I know. I look at it and I feel like you could probably fit the rest of the ship in this room if the engine weren't there. She's back. Looking noticeably tanner in the green layout. Bueno. That's because it's impossible to get the Higgs field distortion drive any smaller. Oh, Higgs fields, let's go. Oh, Chief. I know, you said, so these engines are actually combination nuclear pulse engines built around a Higgs field distortion drive. HFDD, for short. If the HFDD wasn't here, then this engine could be about 10 times smaller than it is. Although I hear they managed to improve the efficiency of newer NPE's negative play experiences, so it's possible that the space saving could be more like 11 times smaller. Yeah, the green does have a charm. Can either of you two tell me how a HFDD works? She's shocked. Higgs field distortion drive. What are they teaching you at Academy? Open the schools. It's the drive that allows ships to move far beyond the speeds allowed by conventional engines, although it's nowhere near faster than light. It's What lets us get around the solar system without needing to worry whether we'll live long enough to see the end of the journey. Well, I mean, I was gonna nitpick, but it's fine. It's fine. It's magic. Anyway, everyone knows about the existence of the Higgs field. It's what allows interactions with the Higgs boson that gives particles their mass. Alright. They found that at the LHC, didn't they? The Large Hadron Collider. So what the drive does is warp the field relative to the ship and those on board. By doing this, it displaces the mass to a different area of space within the same relative as the Chief continues on with her explanation. You glance at Cassandra and see a thinly veiled look of terror on her face. You can't blame her as you feel much the same way caught in this impromptu lecture. How can you be so dumb that you're not even interested in what she's talking about? You don't have to fully understand it. It's interesting to listen to anyway. I'm like upset. Then because the particles retain their relationship with each other, the general perception is that things are the same as normal. However, from an exterior perspective, the lecture drags on and you quickly lose track of the Chief's explanation. Can we not be this retarded? I'm mad. Although you recognize the words she's saying, you can no longer make sense of the context and they come to seem like a meaningless string of sounds. I actually wish they would just write the phony fantasy, sci-fi science, you know, and try to make it interesting instead of main character is so fucking dumb he can't even hear words. Does that make sense? Oh yeah, so the field is it's got the mass, which is pushed. No, how to put it? I guess that's why we're security and she's in engineering. Yeah, true, I guess. Okay, so imagine that space is a ketchup packet and you're the sauce. Right, the sauce. Now what the distortion drive does, it's like a thumb on the universe of the pocket. It moves the sauce around by changing the shape of the packet to push the sauce. Pushes the sauce. The packet is the universe. We're the sauce. The drive is a thumb. We're the sauce. I'm glad they gave it a go at explaining this. Good work. And it's almost unnerving how many times we say, we're the sauce. You've got it. You quickly glance back to Cassandra and meet her eyes as she's doing the same thing. You know for certain that neither of you have got it. Both of you are the sauce. And that's why these engines have to be so big to house that drive. I joined at the right time. You sure did. This is going to come up later in the last 10 hours, I'm sure of it. Oh yeah, for sure. Main character is floating in space, trying to remember, and then the words bubble up from his subconscious. We're the sauce. The universe is the packet, and we are the sauce. Now, how's this drive? Oh, it all makes sense now. I see yes, definitely. Great. Well, now that you appreciate the science behind it, I won't have to throw you out of here. Thanks, Chief. Anytime. Just remember, Lieutenant, we're the sauce. Screw with anything and I'll throw you out of the airlock instead. Yes, Chief. Sauce? We're the sauce? Stop it. She's still reeling on the sauce business. You're the sauce? Never forget, my son. Everything you see that the light touches is the sauce. Calibrating sauce. Parker, get in here. You're the sauce. Oh, we gotta visit the fire control. We need to go to sauce control. Moving beyond the mess hall and the hangar access, the two of you continued to the furthest end of the four-side thoroughfare. The door at the very end of the corridor is shut, the words fire control painted on it in large, stenciled letters. Cassandra swipes her keycard through the reader by the door before turning to you. So this is fire control. The gunner's probably here, but, well, you'll see. It's pretty cryptic. Oh, sweet. But he's playing Mech Warrior. 2 mercenaries. As you follow Cassandra through the doorway, your eyes take a moment to adjust as the strip lighting that illuminates the rest of the ship is now conspicuously absent. Instead, the entire room is lit by the phosphorescent glow from an alcove full of screens and readouts. You know, if you could see the room I was sitting in right now, it's just this. Like inside the Wizard Tower, if you took a picture from the perspective of the back of my head, it would just be double. Like you'd be seeing both of these, and it's the same, except I have a comfier chair. Looking at the screens, each one seems to not be showing much more than a few specks on a black background. From experience, though, you know that what you are looking at is a live feed from cameras all over the ship's exterior. In the center of this alcove, facing away from you, is a seat like the ones on the bridge. From this angle, it's impossible to tell if there's anyone in it, but you notice a tiny rhythmic hiss coming from it. So anyway, all the ship's weapon systems are controlled from here. These screens give the gunner a panoramic view of... Is the gunner here right now? You look over Cassandra's shoulder at the back of the seat. You swear you see a quick flicker of movement, but you can't be sure it's not just the flash of a readout reflecting off a surface. Dylan! You son of a bitch. Hold on. That looks kind of nice, too. Should we say hello? Well, normally I would, but... Cassandra leans back slowly as if trying to surreptitiously sneak a peek at what's on the other side of the chair without it noticing her. She quickly turns back to you after a moment's pause. He just looks so in the zone, you know? He seems ashamed to interrupt him. He's on the sauce. Interrupt what? Cassandra leans back again after a moment, quietly gestures for you to come take a look. Oh, Max Nerdlinger. Sat in the chair is a man who looks a little bit older than you. Does he? He looks like he's 11. His eyes are closed and his face a picture of absolute serenity. Over his ears are possibly the single largest pair of headphones you've seen in your entire life. As he sits there oblivious to your presence, his right leg bounces up and down and his wrists flick constantly. You wonder for a moment if he's okay before spying a cassette player poking out of his jacket pocket. You realize that the hiss you hear is the slightest whisper of the music that he's listening to escaping from the substantial headphones. Is he listening to the man who sold the world? Is this okay? Shouldn't he be a bit less 11 years old? Don't worry, it's fine. He's only 11 in space years. What if there's an alert? Let's find out. Cassandra moves over to a panel just before the monitor-laden alcove, takes a receiver off the wall, and enters a few numbers into the keypad. Hi, Vanessa. Yeah, it's Cassie. Can we test the alert system and fire control? No, I know it's not scheduled. It's a spot check, yeah. Random testing, you know. Chief's orders. The sauce. Of course she asked. Why would I be asking for a spot test of the alert and fire control if Chief didn't ask? You're a darling, thanks. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Jesus. In an instant, you see the figure in the chair bolt upright, yank their headphones off, and lay their hands on the fire control systems, their heads snapping back and forth as they rapidly survey the wall of monitors. False alarm? Dylan! You son of a bitch. Don't mind us, just had to do a spot check on the alarm systems. Chief's orders. Oh hey Quinn, no problem. Hotshot video game player Dylan. Who's this? Lieutenant Magnus Liontower, ship security. Oh hey, Warrant Officer Dylan D's Nuts Gunner. Welcome aboard. Thanks. Well, let me know if you guys need anything. That alert totally got in the way of an awesome solo, so I'm gonna rewind and pick up where I left off. Good to meet you? This fucking dude. I don't trust him. Where's the kids get smoked hat? Yeah. I've never been on a ship as small as the Gundog, but the controls for the ship's weapon really don't look anything like they do on a bigger ship. They look more like they belong in an office or something. Yeah, right. Visit the hangar. As the two of you head down the four-side thoroughfare and away from the crew quarters, Cassie stops by a double-sized doorway and runs her keycard through the reader next to it. Watch your step. She instructs, tapping her knuckles on a large warning sign next to the door that reads, Low Gravity Zone. Once the door opens, she heads through and you follow her into a wide stairwell. It only takes 2 sets of steps before you can feel yourself grow lighter. By the time you reach the doorway at the bottom, you're almost floating. Stepping into the hangar and onto the catwalk, the first thing that strikes you are the profiles of the 2 armored frames stood as if on guard, facing into the main area of the hangar. Although you fully expected to see them here, every Jovian ship features at least a few. The sight of the armored frames stirs uncomfortable memories in you, and you inadvertently grit your teeth and squeeze the handrail you're grabbing tightly. They're firing on us. There's some... Oh, God. Oh, my God. Stop panicking and form up. We have PT Space D. Hey, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I think it's just a change in gravity level. Left me a bit queasy. Also my PTSD. I know how you feel. I was late for a hangar audit once and rushed down straight after a big lunch. I was moving so fast that the gravity shifted my stomach contents couldn't keep up. Tell me about it. I did everything I could to keep my mouth shut. You know the rule for low gravity zones. What you spew is left up to you. I wasn't going to be late and on cleanup duty. Speaking of duties, shouldn't there be someone around here? Dalton should be around here somewhere. If you're feeling funny, stay here for a moment and I'll go see if I can find him. Sure. You watch as, despite the 15-meter difference between the catwalk and the hangar floor, Cassie nonchalantly places her two hands on the handrail and deftly vaults over it into the emptiness. Thanks to the low gravity, she doesn't fall, but instead kicks off the railing, propelling herself through the air. As Cassandra drifts off, eventually catching onto one of the armored frame's legs and using it to swing herself around the float in a different direction, and place your elbow on the railing and your head in your hand. You turn your attention back to the stoic features of the armored frame's heads and sigh deeply. Your attention is caught by the cockpit hatch on one of the frames being half open. Wait, I've been dating this broad for, quote, a few years, right? And I've never talked to her about my PTSD. Because, like, she definitely would have put two and two together elsewise. This is doomed to fail. Looking around, you see everything as you'd expect. Armored frame weapon racks, storage containers, various equipment, all of it restrained appropriately and fastidiously arranged. Cockpit hatch is the only thing that breaks that pattern. It's weird, I can't find him anywhere. I know it's definitely his shift right now, so he should be around here somewhere. Well, maybe his sauce is moving around the backet. Looking past Cassandra at the armored frame with the ajar cockpit hatch, a thought strikes you. Mayhap he's in there. You can't believe there are other guys on this ship. What kind of a 90s harem game is this? I mean, there has to be some NPC that's... Yeah, they're clearly the red shirts. Yeah, exactly. You can definitely see some people not talking about their PTSD to their significant other. I mean, that's true. It is a disorder, right? If it made sense, it wouldn't be called a disorder. Oh yeah, we have to see the robots in green. Very nice. I think I might have an idea. Follow me. You carry out the same vaulting maneuver that Cassandra had performed and kick off towards the huge machine's cockpit. Once close enough, you grab a hold of its arm and pull yourself up towards the open hatch. A few seconds later, Cassie appears beside you and you both notice the sound of gentle snoring coming from within the cockpit. Well, Lieutenant Commander, I think this is an operations issue, so I'll let you handle it. Leaving the discipline up to me again, huh? Again? Huh? Cassandra nimbly clambers up the armored frame, positioning herself right above the cockpit. Bracing herself on the machine's chest, she brings her heel down sharply and repeatedly on the armor. Cadet Grange, attention. You hear a muffled scream from within the cockpit, followed by a dull thud, during a muttered cursing, and then finally a figure emerges from the cockpit. Oh, ma'am, I was just checking the, calibrations. The calibrations on the AF. I got some feedback that, it's just you, Commander Quinn. Okay, we found an even bigger loser than me on this ship. We finally did it. There's got to be somebody below me in the loser scale. And it's this kid. Excuse me, just? Is that how you address a superior officer, cadet? Oh, ma'am. No, ma'am. I was not expecting to see you in the hangar. Ma'am. Okay, you can tone it down a bit, Dalton. Oh, yes, ma'am. Good enough, I suppose. Anyway, Cadet, this is Lieutenant Lion Tower, Ship Security Officer. Oh, Sir, Cadet Dalton Grange, Junior Engineer. Good to meet you, Cadet. Looks like you've got, they got you working hard. Please don't say it. Don't you dare say hardly working. Looks like, oh no, sir. Well, that is yes, sir. But not so hard I'm falling asleep. No, sir, I was recalibrating the sensor array. Take it easy, Cadet. We've all taken a nap in a cockpit in our lives. Have we? Of course, we never took cockpit naps with the chief giving us our orders, so you probably need to get back with whatever you were doing, huh? Oh, she's gonna kill me. I hope so. Good kid, right? No, he seems like a complete screw-up to me. I feel sorry for him already. Look at the robot. Those two armored frames are both Juno models, the workhorse of the Jovian Colony Fleet's military. They look like they're a newer type than the one I piloted in the Cal-like. Well, pilot would be like a technicality, you were in it, but almost piloted. See, there we go. Most of these crates contain mechanical supplies, spare parts, tools. There's a few that contain all the long life ingredients for the Vend Mate in the mess hall, and then some that contain various essentials for the crew. Delicious Vend Mate. On a ship like this, it's operations duty to act like a quartermaster, but I've been on some ships where if you're friendly with the hangar crew, they can sneak you out the good stuff. Not that I condone that type of behavior, obviously. The main hangar door is typically only used when the ship is docked to bring on board large containers or equipment. On a ship like this, the AOFs launch from smaller hatches underneath them. There's also a maintenance airlock somewhere so that the whole hangar doesn't need to be depressurized if there's work to be done outside. Next, visit the messy hall. And here we have the highlight of this entire tour, the mess hall. Cassandra's face is radiating happiness as she gestures through the double doorway that you're stood by into the mess hall. Looking inside, you see a canteen like any other. Tables, chairs, vending machines, it's all here. This is the highlight. It looks like a pretty standard mess hall to me. It looks like a break room in the back of a Target. But hey, alright. You bet. Do you know why? Tell me. Because they've got both of the different kinds of vending machines. The red one that stocks the spicy potato chips, and the white one that has all the different chocolate bars. We're dumb. We're both dumb. Wow. No weighing. That's it. That's all the bases covered, huh? They've got all the fundamental food groups. Hot chip and chocolate. Also, I'm seeing that coffee right there, and I'm wanting some myself. I'm not sure. Hey, Quinn. A rough voice calls out from further in. You hadn't noticed them previously because Cassandra's enthusiastic presentation of the vending machines, but someone sat in the far corner stands up, drops a half-smoked cigarette into a coffee cup and strides over. Who is the Chad? Never mind. False alarm. At ease. What's going on, Quinn? Who's this? It's Tom Cruise, anime 12-year-old version. Lieutenant Romney, were you just smoking in the mess hall? Damn, he's cool. We got a badass over here. Take it easy, Quinn. I was sat right by the extractor vent for the meal vendor. No harm, no foul. Just putting carcinogens into the oxygen supply. Chill out, man. That's not the point. The extra strain on the air scrubbers from cigarettes. Yeah. So anyway, who's the hottie? Who's lunk? Who's the lunk? Oh, cat's got her tongue. Name's Hadu. Or maybe Harv. Actually, it's probably a U, right? Hadu Romney. Great grandson of Mitt Romney. What about you, good looking? Lieutenant Magnus Liontower, ship security. Magnus Liontower? No way, really? Yeah, it was the most stupid name I could think of in 1 second. I've used it before. This is a lady, since Hadu is generally a woman. Yeah, Haru is a woman's name, isn't it? This might be a lady. Sometimes with anime, it's hard to tell if it's a 12-year-old boy or a girl. But I think you're right. Well, alright, good to know. That's all for me, Lion Tower. You know where my quarters are, right? Yeah, I do. Alright, chat. Make your choice. Remember, they were smoking in the break room, and so they're hella cool. We have to stay on character and pick the dumb option. You are completely right. I am save scumming for sure, because I want to see what the funny option is. Obviously, the character would do the ... and so we choose the interesting one first and then reload. Nice. Catch you later. What was that all about? Oh, okay, it just doesn't do anything. Oh, but then she's mad. You know where their room is, do you? I mean, I do. It's near mine. I didn't. That's not what. The room is right next to mine. Oh, that is what I was. You have. You have lost trustworthiness with Cassandra. Alright, now what if I'm just derping? Well, you're lost, Lieutenant. Catch you nerds later. They swagger around the ship like they own the place just because they're one of the only 2 pilots on the boat. Typical pilot, am I right? Okay, so she's mad one way or another. It's just where we're directing the madness to. Got it. Newsflash, Haru. Second best pilot out of 2 is last place. Damn, she mad. Don't lose your sauce, Cassandra. Don't worry about them too much. They're not worth it. Dude, she's casting bloodlust. Vendmate. A standard food vendor in this unit installed in all JFC ships. Wait, JCF. Is this a typo? I thought it was Jesus fucking Christ. Oh no, wait, it's JFS. JCF is the Jupiter or something Federation. Yeah, okay. Never mind, it's right. It's half robotic chef, half vending machine. You select what you want and it prepares it for you. The ingredients are almost all long life synthetic reproductions, but pretty convincing. When you're done, you can slot the plate back in for cleaning. Like Cassie said, both kinds. Pog. Both red and white. Pog. For some reason, certain ships sometimes only have the red one or the white one. So I can get why she's excited. Use. Cassie, shall we get some hot chip? Maybe we could wait till we've explored a bit more of the ship. Not like you to pass up a snack break, but sure, okay. What about this coffee? Is there somewhere I can throw this away? Normally the coffee would go into organics processing, but because they dumped their cigarette in there, it'll need to go into waste disposal. What a waste. Well, it's not like our grandparents' era where everything in and out had to be balanced, but I can't stand when people ruin recyclables. Grandparents' era, everything in and out balanced, could mean... putting out your half-smoked cigarette in your half-drunk coffee, pretty gross. Pretty based, you mean? Hotshot pilot. I don't know why smoking on a ship hasn't been banned yet. It still hasn't? Jesus. Okay, so we can't actually throw this away. Okay, we just have to look at it. Sure. Visit the sick bay. Dude, this bay is sick. The elevator doors hiss open and you both step out into a wide open room. It's got like an alien looking person here. You're immediately struck by the glare of the high-powered lights that are set into the ceiling, and just as you regain your vision, the powerful aroma of clinical disinfectant burns at your nostrils. Looking around, you see the standard features of a sickbay. A set of beds that extrude from the wall on one side, and a large gallery window set in the wall on the other, indicating the presence of a surgery wing. Hot doctor, please! CJ's on the edge of his seat. The walls are lined with cupboards and cabinets containing medical supplies, and various devices sit on countertops. In the middle of the room is a large desk set to face the entrance. On the side closest to you are 2 chairs, and on the other side sits a figure that you almost mistake for a piece of medical equipment until they look up. Robot doctor, please? Oh, we got a kind of a robot doctor. Miss Quinn, excellent timing. I've just finished the analysis of your, hey doc, don't worry about that right now. I'm giving a tour to our new security officer. Very good, Miss Quinn. Hello, Lieutenant Liontower. I'm the ship's doctor. Seifer? What? The Final Fantasy VIII references continue? Who is the one playing Final Fantasy VIII? We got Seifer on the ship, dude. Our mortal enemy. And the dude we stole Renoa from. He pledged himself to Ultimecia, if I recall correctly. The Witch. Dude, Final Fantasy VIII was peak. It gets a bad rap. Well, okay. If his name is Seifer, I want to have him have like a nerdlinger voice. But also he almost, I don't know, there's a little bit of Dr. House to him. Although clean shaven. And it'd be funny if he was as grumpy as he looked. I've reviewed your file already, so please feel free to stop by with any complaints. But since you're here, Miss Quinn, I'd really like to talk about your gastrointestinal problem. I would like to talk to you in front of him about your embarrassing gastrointestinal distress. Honestly, doctor, it's fine. We could talk about it. Intestinal, doctor, please. Please. Distress. Doctor, a moment, please. Honey, if you could just give me a few minutes with the doctor. Yeah, no problem. Cassandra grabs the doctor by his sleeve and drags him over to the surgery wing, yanking him through behind her. Once the door closes, and you can't hear them, but you can still see the two through the gallery window. Okay, so we are HAL 9000 lip reading the two crew members in the shuttle, talking about shutting us off. You decide to turn your attention away and examine a nearby poster on space illnesses. Okay. Yes, thank you, Doctor, I understand. So that includes any synthetic meats or carbohydrates. Understood. But as I've explained, I've got a full supply of Nutri-Shake powders that should serve as a balanced replacement for the meals from the food vendor and should alleviate your extreme gastrointestinal distress. Doctor. Tummy troubles. Oh, she's suffering from tummy hoit. She's so brave. This tour is moving on. Oh, I wanted to look at this thing. Surgery wing, okay. Robotic assistant units. Doctor Sanitarium. Ah, Lieutenant. Are you feeling unwell? No, I'm feeling fine. Have you come to pick up any medicine? No, I'm totally alright. Have you come in for a precautionary checkup? No, nothing like that. Are you here to ask about my mechanical elements? No, you're not going to believe this, but there's a talk button and I just clicked it. I have no motive. Head empty. No thoughts. Of course not. Oh, well in that case, I'm not sure I can help you today. Don't worry about it. Go Cassandra to your quarters, or visit her quarters. I think I have to stay the course and we'll do this one last. Well, here's my quarters. Oh, Cassandra's quarters has its own blob. Nice. There we go. Your quarters. Ah. Big save. Your quarters are down this way, huh? That's right. Why? I was wondering where you'd be. On a Swift class, there's two different quarter sections. One has all the department chiefs, whilst the other has the crew that work within those departments. Since you're the only security officer on board, I was wondering if you'd count as a department head or not. Well, I guess I don't. I'm just slumming it. Oh, that's not. What I meant was, I'm messing with you. Don't worry about it. The head of security is typically under the captain's instruction anyway, so it makes sense that my quarters are down this way. I guess so, when you put it like that. So, have you met any of your neighbors yet? Well, let's see. No. Okay, so I actually can't. Oh, that's because we're here. Got it. As you step into your quarters, Cassandra follows you in. She stands by the door for a moment, looking around the room before turning to face you. Wow, you really like to keep it tidy, don't you? I got here 28 minutes ago. I've only just got here. It's not a lot of time to make a mess. Are you kidding? I'm pretty sure my bag exploded the moment I stepped into my quarters. Well, hopefully that won't happen anymore now that you've talked to the doctor. Jovian military supplies just aren't what they used to be. Or maybe it was operator error. And what's that supposed to mean, Lieutenant? Nothing, just considering all possibilities. Wait, is that... What? Lieutenant Lion Tower, don't tell me that. Your chair? It's not perfectly aligned with the terminal? Damn, it's true. It's true. I guess nobody's perfect, huh? I would have made more of an effort if I knew the officer doing spot checks was such a stickler. Suppose I won't have to report you to the captain this time, Lieutenant. Hey, want to see something cool? Yeah. I feel like this may be a bad idea, but go on. Alright, I've always loved your sense of adventure. Now check this out. If you work your fingers under the bottom of one of these panels by your bunk, yeah, we know, that was part of the thing that I read at the very beginning. You can take off its mountings and there's a recess behind it that you can stash contraband in. How about this floor panel? Did you know that if you use something strong enough, you can pry it open and it leads into a crawl space below the deck so you can use to get to the other areas of the ship? We will definitely have to be doing that later in the game. Alright, but I bet you didn't know that if you logged into your terminal and entered a secret code, that you can play Snake. That too, sorry. Well, fine. I guess you probably know every secret on the ship then. Alright, we're probably going to need to do all those things. Which is a fun way of introducing it to us. Well, not every secret, but I am a security officer. I've seen and caught every trick there is when it comes to contraband, crew breaking, fraternization rules, or system exploits. I'd have to get pretty technical to get past me. Wait, how do you know all this? Oh, well, that is, back to the tour. And finally, Cassandra's quarters and catch up with Cassandra. Let's catch up. Let's catch up, pack it. The sauce. Oh, by the way, if you ever want access to my quarters, the passcode for the lock is 0211. Pretty much the same passcode I use for everything. Pretty much the same passcode I use for everything, huh? Okay, so she already told us a story about how she changed one digit of all of those codes from that other ship that got her fired almost. So we're probably going to need to know this later to get into something else of hers. And it's probably not going to be 0211, it's going to be one digit changed. So like 1211 or something. We gotta remember these things. Write this down. 0211, got it. Or it's just going to be 0211. Oh, that's right. It's your naval ID, our anniversary, your lucky number. Save scumming, activate. Wait a minute, what year is it? It was 203. Was it 203 or it was 209 at the very beginning? It was year 209, and it's been 4 years since then. Which means it's 213 this year in their time. And so 0211 could potentially be our anniversary. Because it's halfway between now and when the battle took place. I think it might be our anniversary if it's 0211. And the battle was 4 years ago and it's 213 now. Anniversary? You didn't think I'd forget our anniversary? Good job. Oh, I'm a genius. Big brain, massive folds, cavernous and deep. 7,000 IQ. Oh wait, before you go in, can you give me a few minutes just to tidy the place up? Big thinker. Sure. I was almost late for my duty shift this morning, so it's kind of a mess. Let me put some stuff away. Look at the terror in her face. Keeping herself between you and the entrance to her room, Cassandra opens the door using the control panel to its right. As it opens, she swiftly steps through and, before it's even all the way open, closes it again using the panel on her side of the entrance. The entire time she obstructs your view of her quarters. I won't be long, promise. New quest update. Wait for Cassandra. 1 eternity later. A few minutes pass and you continue to stand gingerly outside of Cassie's quarters. You hear the occasional footsteps coming from the four-side thoroughfare, but they all move on to other parts of the ship. Thankfully, no one stops by to ask why security is lurking outside one of the operator's officers' quarters. Hey, Cassie. You give the door a gentle knock, leaning against the wall, continuing to remain on lookout for anyone who may have some questions about what you're doing out there. How's it going in there? Oh yeah, almost done. Just give me a minute to get this sorted out. And that last pause is followed by a loud bang and the sound of a small cascade of various objects onto the floor. Alright, maybe a few more minutes. You sigh and step back from the door. If anyone asks, you can always tell them that you're doing spot checks for contraband or something similar. Done, come in. Jesus. I'm gonna hide your shame here. I'm at least making it green. Welcome, make yourself at home. As you step through the door frame, the toe of your boot catches on a discarded pair of leggings, which are held in place by your other foot as you begin to fall over. We are a klutz too? Jesus. Reach out to catch on to something to stop yourself. Unfortunately, the chair you reached out for has a uniform thrown over the backrest, which slips as you grab it, bringing both the chair and the assortment of cosmetics on the seat clattering down to the floor with you. Bro, we got a long way to go to hero, you know? Bitch, you live like this? Oh no, Magnus, are you okay? I'm sorry, I thought... Cassie, please. Yes? I thought you said you were tidying this place up. I was. Then why did I just get brained by a falling hairdryer? There was a system. You get back to your feet and right the chair as Cassie quickly grabs the assorted bottles and tubes that fell down with you, placing them randomly back on any nearby surface. You almost launch into a speech about security stowing possessions in case of high-speed maneuvers, but you stop yourself. Nice shoes.
Good job, King.
Colonel Super Taco, thank you for the super and the taco for 12 months. I appreciate it. Big Lurker, I don't recognize the name necessarily for chat reasons, but thanks for the 12 months. Thanks for liking my stuff, even if I'm reading text in a PC-98 game. Doesn't the captain ever carry out spot checks or surprise inspections? No, it's great. From what I heard, her quarters are a worse state than mine. Is that right? Is that right? Cassie's bed. It currently appears to be acting as a makeshift wardrobe. Blech. Does she move all these clothes before she goes to sleep, or do they act like an extra sheet? How does she even have this much clothing on board anyway? Are those printed photographs in the year of our Lord 213? Aren't those cool? They're from our first date at the Europa amusement park. I took my Pixie Cam straight to a specialist printer's the next day and got copies made. I even wrote the date on the back so I'd never forget our anniversary. Sport. Sport. Damn, I love sport. Why do we look 10? Hey, is the Europa military like child soldiers or something? What is this? Well, I never knew you were that sentimental. I knew I was onto a good thing when you held my hair back so I could barf mid-roller coaster ride. What is it with this broad and vomiting everywhere all the time? Clearly a keepa. You don't meet many people that considerate when you're dating within the forces, let me tell you. A tale as old as time. Yeah, now I think about it, that wasn't the most romantic date I'd ever been on. Still called me back for a second date, though. You were hella desperate. I guess I must have been pretty desperate. Damn, he just said that shit. Okay, I was making fun of him, but he's such a fucking loser. Anyway, I'm joking. He wasn't joking. He was speaking pure truth. You joined at a good time? You did. Front panel of the storage unit looks like it's barely managing to stay shut. Could be what that bang was earlier. Okay. Like everything else in this room, the terminal appears to be in use as extra storage space. Even the chair is covered in stuff. Since Cassie's in operations, you'd think she'd make more use out of her terminal than anyone else on board. I can't see how she uses it like this. Not like this. Okay, that's everything. What if how are you finding Gun Dog so far? Enjoying the tour? The ship's pretty much the same as every other one I've ever been stationed on. The tour's first class, though. Maybe if working in naval operations doesn't work out, start your own business as a tour guide back on Europa Colony. You think so? Definitely. You seem to have all the insider knowledge already. And you've only been stationed here a few days. Imagine all the insider knowledge you could share about Europa Colony. Oh, you're right. And over here we have the statue of the workers who built this colony. If you sneak around the back, you can get inside the plinth. Hide from colony security if they catch you and your friends hanging out in the park after it's shut. And again, I don't think that's the kind of thing people would want to know. Maybe a bit more about the workers first, anyway. How are you finding the Gun Dog so far? Is that what you call it? How do you feel about being transferred from the Reliant? What do you want to do when we've got some shore? Well, let's go top down. So you've been on the ship a few days now. How are you finding it? Well, it's not too bad. Obviously, it's not like being stationed on the Reliant. It's a whole lot smaller and there's way less people. Then there's also a lot less to do, so you get much more free time. Captain Bartermuse, pretty lax compared to Captain Singh. Then again, I get the impression that this whole crew is a bunch of burnouts. Except for us. No, definitely including us. I obviously didn't mean that about you. Look, I know what I am. About your transfer from the Reliant. I know. We don't need to have this conversation. I've already had it from Captain Singh in my dismissal and from one of the senior resource officers. You're wasting your potential. You would make an excellent captain if you took your duties seriously. Your academy scores were excellent. I wasn't going to give you the speech. One of the only good things about not having parents is that I don't have to hear it from them too. Cassie. And it's the absolute worst hearing it from you, because I know that out of everyone, you're probably the only person that really cares. I don't think people give you speeches like that if they didn't care. I wasn't going to give you the big speech about it. I figured you'd already had it from everybody else. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. I'm dumb. I figured you were feeling worse than you let on. It's going to be okay, you know. A ship like this isn't the worst place to be for a while. And if things work out okay, you can always put in for a transfer back to a bigger ship. The JCF is still building up its navy, so there'll be loads of opportunities. And if that doesn't work out, there's still your career as a tour guide back on you. You know it. I'd probably make a better tour guide than a ship operator anyway. Bitch, you gotta get yourself some confidence. Respectfully. Are we shipping? We've been shipping. I think you'd be great at whatever you decide to do, and whatever that is, I'll be there to support you through it. You're so cheesy sometimes. Aw, come here. What do you want to do when we got some shore leave? I hadn't thought about it. I guess this means that we'll be able to go on a lot more dates now. Oh, I know. Did you hear about that new colony they added to the Europa cluster? It's got an ultra-efficient water handling plant, and the planners have included a water park. We should go as soon as it opens. A water park? What's that? I'm dumb. You've never heard of a water park? They're one of the coolest new features on the new colonies they're building. They're like lots of big swimming pools with slides and rivers of all sorts. All the e-magazines are saying that they're going to be the coolest things to do on the colonies once they're open. Pools and slides into pools. Yeah, but like really exciting. Alright, well, I guess when we're next docked, I'll see if we can book us some tickets. Hey, alright. Big saver. Destructive Panda 452. Hey, well, I'm glad to finally catch you live again. It's been a while. What do you think of the Fire Slayer rumors? I don't like them. I don't. So, the rumors that I heard were for a combined dwarf book. But I look to my left over the horizon, and I see the combined orc book. And if the combined orc book is how combined books are made, then I don't want the same fate for dwarves. That doesn't sound great to me. So I guess I hope the rumor is not true. Soup books, trash. There's still plenty of hopium and copium, but I hope the rumor is wrong. If that's the rumor that you're talking about. We're done. We are familiar with the Gundog and her Kroomst. We're free. We're free to go anywhere we want. Well, now what? I thought there would be more quest. Move to crew quarters? Yes. With Cassandra leading the way, the two of you leave Cassandra's quarters behind you and step into the crew quarters corridor 2. Cassandra pauses for a moment, looking left and right before turning back to face you with a smile on her face. Well, that's it, Magnus. Consider yourself officially acquainted with all there is to be acquainted with on board the one and only JFS Gundog. I hope you enjoyed the tour. I did. Probably up there in my top 5 ship orientations. Top 5? Okay, well, you're right. Top 3. Maybe a triple shift to start your time aboard the Gundog is more to your taste. Well, that did happen to me on board the Thunderbolt, so if that didn't happen, I guess it'd definitely be my favorite orientation ever. What a coincidence. It looks like your schedule's clear until tomorrow morning. Whoa, In that case, 5 stars, great tour, especially the guide. Now that the tour is over, your duties don't formally begin until tomorrow. If you want, we can take another look at anywhere on the ship, or if you want to call it a day, that's cool too. I think I will keep looking around. I don't want to miss anything here. We gotta be fastidious. I think I'll take another look around. It's best if I'm completely up to speed on everything. Roger that, Lieutenant, let's go. But when you decide that you got everything figured out, it's probably best to head back to your quarters. Got a big day ahead of you. Alright, huge. So, got a lot of foreshadowing. A lot of stuff I didn't click on to read, but it seems like a lot of the stuff I clicked on to read were, I wouldn't say almost always, but a lot of foreshadowing. I feel maybe I should clean up. We'll see you later. Hey, everybody. Okay. Thanks for the first time chat. You showed up with the utmost literal perfect timing. Because the show's over. Return to your quarters. Alright, first quest done. We went every single place on the entire ship, talked to everyone, learned everything. Didn't look at everything, but pretty close. The game is kind of sick. I like it. I think I'm going to play this game again on stream next time. Well, maybe not next stream, but I think I'll play this one again. Even though it's just a whole bunch of talking and reading. I don't know. I like that. Road Warden was the same thing. So far, obviously different in tone, but we'll see you later. Are you interested in this game? Is that why you showed up just now? It just came out. It's kind of harkening back to the PC 98 era. Anyway, aside from that, thanks for watching, chat. Appreciate it. Thanks for the subs and the bits and the primes. Last week was entire work. Only working. And the weekend too. But this week I'm free. As the one free man. Probably just gonna... Can I just stream every day this week? I might do it. Colonel Super Tacho. The HeyWoah law. Anyway, I'll probably play this game again. It's kind of fun. It is a lot of talking, though. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow.